Oh, it's lagging. Oh no. Why is it lagging? Um, Hi. Hello. Uh, just double checking that the exercise routine is up. Yeah. um, like always, we're reading The Gods Are Bastards. Link is in chat if you just do exclamation mark TGAB, TGAB, or if you're watching this on YouTube, it should be in the description. Um, so far, we've watched, or rather, we've read chapters 1 to 7 over a bunch of streams, I can't remember how many, and prologue. So I guess it's 4 streams? Yeah. And then today we're going to read chapter 8, 9, and maybe 10 and 11? If I can. I'm planning to do a longer stream today because I didn't do a stream last week. I only did a surprise stream last week, which I guess kept my numbers up, but yeah, not what I want. But yeah. Also, apparently 4 days ago, it's so loud every time. Sachiri gave us a follow, so thank you for the follow. I do not know why. uh, I was not even on Twitch 4 days ago, I think. But thank you, nonetheless. It's good. This means people watch me somehow. I don't know. Um, anyway, you can start. Uh, oh wait, I forgot to set chat up. Imagine I'm dumb and I forget to set chat up. Just go into streaming without looking at chat. Yeah. Go away. Twitch. Chat only. Alright. I can now see chat. I have a little bit of water, but you know, let's take a break and get more. I thought I heard something. Oh well. We can start chapter 8 today. So last we left off, I've actually forgotten what happened last we left off. Fuck. Last we left off. Oh right, they went for their first class. They met Telrin and Jornholt. They're going for lunch. That's right. And we found out that Zeruda has infinite alcohol on her, practically. Which, you know, I mean, cool, I guess. Yeah, here we go. Their first martial arts class with Professor Ezaniel met on the big lawn on the university's middle level near the gazebo. Having eaten early, the freshman class arrived long before the professor. To their mild discomfort, several other students were already lurking around about the periphery of the lawn, obviously watching them. None came close enough to introduce themselves or offer greetings. Despite not yet being entirely comfortable with one another, the 8 found themselves edging closer together under the scrutiny. So, you really packed away that chicken? Zarda said to Juniper, who tilted her head in evident confusion. Is that bad? It was really good chicken. I've never had cooked food before, and Miss Oak is very good at cooking. Yeah, but you're a dryad. Yes. Juniper looked even more puzzled. And you're a human. I thought you nymphs were all vegetarians, you know? Not eating Mother Naya's creatures and all that. What? Where do you get that idea? You know how many things in nature eat animals? Including quite a few plants. Oh, uh, and besides, almost all life forms exist by consuming other life forms. Plants are nourished by decomposition of dead matter in the soil and are then eaten by animals. It's a vast, intricate web, and everything in it is food for something else. I guess that's so. Never really thought about. What? You thought I'd value the lives of animals more? Juniper planted her fists on her hips, frowning. Even that was pretty on her. It's fine to kill broccoli and rice, but Nayas forbid anyone harm a chicken? Maybe you should get out more, Rita. Okay, okay, whoa now, said Teal soothingly, sliding between them. It was an honest misunderstanding. I'm sure Ruda didn't mean any harm, and we all got to learn a bit about dryads. Everyone wins, right? Everybody wins, right? I guess so, Juniper said slowly, then suddenly broke into a dazzling smile. I'm sorry, Ruda. I misunderstood what you meant. I'll get better at that. Promise. Hmm. If anything, Zorda looked even more annoyed than before. So, that's a pretty amazing sword, said Teal cheerfully, carefully moving to block Zorda's view of the dryad. Where'd you get that from? Ah, yes, my sword. Zorda removed the hat, dropping it behind her. Deprived of its shade, her face suddenly looked deadly serious. Slowly she drew the rapier and held it out for them all to see. Sunlight gleamed along the steel and gold and glittered in the facets of a dozen gems. My grandfather was one of the greatest swordcrafters who ever lived. This, this was his final masterpiece, a great gift commissioned by the king of a foreign land. He labored on it for a year, and when it was done, the king's ambassador returned to collect the blade, but offered only a tenth of the promised price. My grandfather, of course, refused. Without saying a word, the ambassador stabbed him through the heart and fled, with a dozen furious pirates on his tail. She let the blade fall slowly, resting its gleaming tip against the ground. They did not catch him, for he used some form of shadow magic to escape. But I swore to my father that I would take up this blade, and once I was strong enough and skilled enough, hunt down that ambassador wherever he may hide, and end his life with this very sword. She bowed her head in the sudden heavy silence. Zaruda, Trising said hesitantly. I had no idea. I'm sorry if I. Nah, I'm just funning you. Zarda, Ruda lifted her chin and grinned. I read all that in a book once. My papa gave me this for a sweet 15 present. Isn't it sparkly? I think it's dwarf made. Trissini went pale, then scarlet, stammering in apoplectic rage. I, that you breathe, Teal murmured, placing a hand on her back. Good morning, students. Professor Azaniel, Azaniel? Professor Azaniel appeared, almost as if by magic, striding towards them with the easy grace of a prowling cat. He was a tall man, with a proud eagle's beak of a nose, and a neatly trimmed moustache and goatee. His black hair cut just long enough for its natural wave to be apparent, and beginning to show silver at the temples to match the faint crow's feet bracketing his eyes. He was dressed simply in slacks, an open collared shirt, and a coat with a saber belted over it, and carrying a large carpet bag. Sorry, Lim. Sorry, Lem. Uh, how are you? Hey. I was trying to finish that dialogue, and then I started the next thing because he said good morning, students, and I was like, fuck, I gotta say what he looks like now. Call you Lemmy? Got you, thank you. You okay with Lucy? Because I know you as Lucy, but like it's your real name, so that's why I was like, hmm. Alright, sure. Hi, Lucy. Because I know for me, I don't like my real name to be said because it's a bit unique, a bit too unique. How's life? Life's good. Life's good. Chat's on this side, which is why I keep glancing over. I don't know. Been doing all right. Uh, been a bit behind on work, which is well. What can you do? It's mostly because like I've been like not depressed exactly, but I've been very unmotivated to do things, and so I just kind of keep pushing off work to I don't know do random other shit. But yeah, how are you? How are you doing? Did you manage to finish the paper? I think you would. No, assignment. Did you manage to finish the assignment? I know it was yesterday though, the due date. So I guess even if you haven't finished, um, doing good. That's good. Or doing okay. Assignment was bad. Yeah, I saw you guys were struggling all the way like quite late at night, and I was like, I wish I could help, but I genuinely don't remember anything. So I'm sorry. Like as it is, I'm doing. I'm gonna be doing a certificate exam fairly soon. I've still not booked it. I have to book that after the stream, but whew, I'm not prepared. I finished all my labs as well, so I don't have like any more practical experience to do. I just got a theory my way, and I'm just like, somebody help! I need an adult. Thank you, Lucy. I don't believe in me. Yeah, theory is boring, 100%. But yeah, like you do need the theory if you want to like understand anything that you're doing. Let me know if I'm soft, by the way. Oh, well, there is no music, so it doesn't matter. Also, if you can hear the fan, I've tried very hard to not let the fan be heard. It's fine, they're screwed. Because I've like put in a bunch of like filters and bullshit just so that the fan is not heard as often, but I still see the green bar lighting up every so often, so I'm like, but it's good that it's fine. Good. No one has seen fit to begin their academic career by playing hooky. Most years, there's at least one. As I know each of you by name and your rather distinctive descriptions, we shall dispense with roll call and proceed directly to theory. Azaniel placed the bag at his feet and folded his arms, sweeping his eyes across the group thoughtfully. I understand that Professor Telrain has you analyzing one another's strengths and weaknesses. Can't hear it at all? Pog. I've started saying Pog in real life. It's bad. Help me. Yeah, said Gabriel. Is that, normal? Normal, Mr. Arkin, is a word you'll find has little bearing on this campus, and none whatsoever on your history professor. However, this dovetails nicely with a test of your analytical abilities, with which I would like to open our first class. In your opinions, students, which of your classmates is the most dangerous combatant? And nobody bothered to answer, but everyone immediately turned to look at Tristan, who straightened her spine and lifted her chin, saying nothing. Chani! Hello! Don't watch. This is why I should be offline on Discord. Because people who I don't want watching my stream because I'm shy, come and say hi, and then I get even more shy, and I go, hmm. Listen, it's not a good stream. It's worse than your stream. Your stream is a lot of fun. Mine is just reading, talking. It's not that good. But, I mean, yeah, you're here to support, but like, yeah, not good. I don't know. Yeah. I compare myself with everything and everyone, and always find myself falling short. So I just go, no. Ah, yes, a reasonable conclusion, but a shallow analysis. The focus of this course will be to give you the tools needed to preserve your life and health in a hostile situation. And based on my experience with teaching those new to the martial arts, I expect several of you will be surprised by the cerebral elements of this course. Combat is, to a great extent, in the mind. More than merely studying combat, we will also, chiefly on days when weather prevents meeting outdoors, study many of the dangers of this world and how to most effectively counter them. Knowledge is power. Power is survival. Ooh, online shopping. Ooh, earrings. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Oh, Lucy is someone I met in uni. Chenny is a fellow streamer on the internet on Twitch. She mostly plays. Uh, I'm trying to type your name while I speak. She mostly plays Overwatch, and she's played Dead by Daylight once, I think, and also she's been playing Sea of Thieves, which I think I saw her playing right now. Yee, uni buddies. But yeah, if you wanna if you, well, I know Lucy doesn't play Overwatch, but if you want to watch people play Overwatch. But yeah, so yeah, both of you are from Australia. Is the main reason I came up with that, because delivery fee. And so I realized, hey, Shani will know the pain. And so I was like, ta-da! Oh, Lucy, you should ask. You should ask Pia. I had to see if there was a nickname I could call her without actually saying her name. Ooh, Lucy, if you want to play Overwatch, ask me. I want to play. I'll play Overwatch with you. I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not that good. I say as a, I think low plat Lucio or whatever the hell it's decayed into. But I'll play. Oh, you're getting PC, Pog. I'm not. I'm not good, please. Channy, I can only play Lucio, and every other hero that I could play has changed so much. I can't play anything else. And Lucio's not in the meta anymore. He's not a good healer for most occasions, especially in role queue. So I'm just there vibing. So basically, any team I play with, they're playing solo healer. Like I'm there, and I stick with the team and area heal, but I'm not that good. Plus, I've not played comp in like ages. I've not played comp since I left Australia, so that's at least a year plus. So like, eh, I'm not that good. Not anymore. Oh, also, this book, if you want to read it yourself, if you do exclamation mark TGAB, which I will do in a second. Um, yes, Lucy, that's why I want to play with you. No, I'm kidding. If you want to read the book, it's The Gods Are Bastards by D.D. Webb. He does great work. It is technically currently on hiatus, but there is a lot to read if you want to read it. like terrace. If it decides to load, it's just not loading. Cool, wonderful, great. But yeah, if you go to that link, you can see that there's actually a fuck ton to read. There's like 27 books, if I remember right. And each book is like at least 15, 16 chapters. There's only one book that's lesser, but majority of the books are actually more than that. And each book, each chapter is pretty fucking long. Like this, because you can still see this in the side. You know that there's still a part of the chapter left. I'm still really at the start of the chapter. I don't know if you can see the scroll bar, but it's like right around here of the page. I really like the book. It's sci-fi fantasy, so high fantasy. Um, interesting. Yeah, I really like it. It's one of the books that I've been reading for. I think technically before I came to Oz. So it'd be like 3 or 4 years now that I'm reading this book. I don't remember when I started. Holy shit, that's actually really long. Oh my god, he's been writing for so long and he only really took a good mental health break now. What the fuck? But yeah, anyway, the book is great. I love it. It starts out kind of slow. I will admit it starts out kind of slow. But that's kind of like it's kind of like the thing for web serials. They always start out slow-ish, and then they get better and better because the first few chapters are usually the first time they're ever writing a book, plus minus, and it's always not as polished as the later chapters are. But the first few chapters, even though they're not polished, they have that hook that just draws you in, and it's so good. It's honestly done very well. Um, I will admit these chapters fall short from the later chapters, but that's how it is. You can always expect the quality to increase. So that's why I really like web serials, and one of my favorites is The Gods and Bastards. Get finally. So you can see here, there's a prologue which I already read, and just book one, I'm still on chapter 8, and there's like oh my bad, there's 16 books. You can see there's 58 chapters for book 16, and each chapter is like bloody long. There's also a bunch of bonus chapters, which is like short stories, side stories in a sense. They are so good. I love this. I love this book so much. The series technically, but yeah. All right. He stroked his goatee, smiling slightly. To begin with, while Miss Avila is indeed a force you would be wise not to challenge, Miss Falconer is a far deadlier one. For that error, I cannot blame you, as there are certain things I should imagine you have not yet been told. However, it was an error in judgment to dismiss Juniper. Given the choice, I personally would prefer to duel a paladin than a dryad. There were several raised eyebrows at this, and Juniper looked comfortable. Fuck. And Juniper looked uncomfortable. But Gabriel openly scoffed. What? Seriously? I mean, look at her. Ah, yes, because appearance is always a sure indicator of substance. I see we have a budding tactician in our midst. Zarda laughed loudly, earning a glare from Gabriel. Mr. Arquin, let us engage in a little test. You see that tree? As Azaniel pointed at a towering oak that stood at the far side of the lawn. Yes? Good. Go over there and hit it. He stared at the professor blankly for a moment. I'm sorry, what? Is your hearing less than nominal? Do please tell me so up front. That will make a difference in the methods I use to train you. No, Professor, my hearing's fine, Gabe snapped. I'm simply questioning what it tells me, because I find it hard to believe a teacher would say something so dumb. Belief is a crutch that cripples your faculties, Mr. Arquin. You're wasting your classmates' time. Get over there. Now. With a long-suffering roll of his eyes, Gribble turned and stalked over to the indicated oak tree. He paused beside it, looking back at the group, as if to double-check that Azaniel could possibly be serious. The professor gestured at him to proceed. With a shrug, he lifted a hand and slapped the tree. Pitiful! Azaniel shouted. Once more, and pretend you mean it! Not even looking back at him, Gabriel straightened his shoulders and threw a punch into the trunk. He took a step backward, grimacing and shaking his hand. We can do this all day, Mr. Arquin, called the professor. Let me see whether there's any meat in those arms at all. Which, frankly, I begin to doubt. This time, Gabe actually snarled at him, then drew back his fist and slammed it into the bark with a thump that was clearly audible all over the lawn. There were some scattered cheers from the onlookers, but Gabriel doubled over, clutching his hand in obvious pain. Very good, Mr. Arquin. You may rejoin us. He stomped back over, glaring furiously and breathing loudly through his teeth. Right. Fine. Very cute. Now, am I allowed to know the freaking point of that? Quite. Azaniel. I keep messing up his name. Azaniel folded his hands behind his back and turned to address the group as a whole. This has been an example of the price of ignorance. As Mr. Arquin has just demonstrated, punching a tree is a painful and pointless exercise. The reason for this is physics. A tree is immobile, massive, and dense, especially in comparison with most of you. A dryad, students, is a magical creature, and thus physics alone fail to account for her full traits and capabilities. She has all the properties of a tree, but more conscious control of them. Being punched by a dryad is very similar to being struck by the full weight of an oak, moving at the speed at which she can swing her fist. One corner of his mouth quirked upward in a sly half smile. The fuck? Dryads are, for the most part, and making allowances for individual personality, peaceably inclined. They can afford to be. If you irritate a dryad, she will simply remove you from her personal space. This can extend for several miles, and she can do it with one blow. Juniper, by now, was looking positively mortified. Everyone else was eyeing her nervously. Our first class, as you may have already summarized, will focus on gauging everyone's level of skill. Azaniel went on crisply. More analysis later. First of all, those of you with weapons, remove them. We will exclusively use safety equipment in this class. Miss Panaji, Miss Owarin, come here, please. Zarda had already unbuckled her rapier and dropped it to the grass beside her head. At his summons, she shrugged and swaggered over to him, grinning, with Shane gliding along behind her. Azaniel knelt to open the clasp on his battered carpet bag. Within this bag are the practice weapons you will use for this class. Each of them is an enchanted item, which will mimic the properties of a normal weapon, but inflict no harm upon anyone. And there lies within sufficient variety to appease even the most exotic tastes. Simply put in your hand, grasp the first object you find, and pull. You will produce a weapon appropriate to your fighting style. Neat, said Ruda, bending over and plunging in her hand. She straightened, dragging a rapier from the bag, hilt first. It was far plainer than her own, but apparently the same in basic design. She stepped aside to make room for Shane, who knelt, reached in with both hands, and pulled out a pair of matched scimitars. Huh, not bothering to defy the cliché, are we? Zarda asked, grinning. Use that word at lunch as well, replied Shane, tilting her head inquisitively. I'm not able to infer the meaning from context. What? Cliché? That's, you know how a phrase or idea or something is really awesome when it's first invented, but it gets repeated so often, everybody gets sick of it and it loses all meaning? Ah, yes, Shane nodded in understanding. We call that a dritst. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to pronounce different languages. I did not think this through when I said I wanted to read this book. Oh fuck. Enough chatter, Izaniel said briskly. Ladies, square off. Now, we shall observe the requisite etiquette in this class, so a duel will begin with a bow. Still grinning, Zarda swept Still grinning, Zarda swept an elaborate bow, flourishing her rapier. Shane simply bowed from the waist, sword held loose at her sides. Very good, said the professor. Begin! Zarda lunged forward, the tip of her sword aimed for Shane's heart. It was slapped deftly aside by a scimitar, and the drow fell back, blocking each blow with small, precise movements, allowing the pirate to push her around in a circle. Ruda, for her part, threw her weight into each thrust, seemingly tireless. Then, like a pendulum reversing its swing, they changed roles, with Shane pressing forward in a sequence of whirling, dance-like movements that forced Zarda back, her rapier barely intercepting each hit. Back and forth they went, first one way, then the other. The onlookers, both their own classmates and the other miscellaneous students at the periphery, watched avidly, the latter occasionally shouting advice and encouragement. As time went on, Zarda's face grew sweatier and more frustrated, while Shane remained as collected as ever, despite her heavy robes and cloak. All right, enough, Izaniel finally called when a break occurred in the combat. Shane stepped back, lowering her weapons, but Zarda lunged at her again. The professor was a blur in a stylish black suit. He bore Zarda to the ground, her sword flying off in the opposite direction. After a brisk tangle of limbs, she ended up face first in the grass, with both arms pinned behind her back. When I call an end to combat, Izaniel said mildly, combat ends. Is that entirely clear, Miss Panaji? Ruda lifted her head and spat out a few blades of grass. That was amazing! Do that again, but slower. I want to see how it... Clear? Yes, clear. Ow, ow, let go. Smoothly, he released her and stood. See that you remember. Now then, Miss Panaji, you were handed a sword as soon as you were old enough to lift one, set against an opponent roughly your own size or possibly slightly more, and told not to die. Miss Awarin, you have been carefully trained to exacting competency in a ritualized style of combat, but have never had to defend yourself in your life. Am I correct? Correct, Shane said crisply. Wow. Zerda got to her feet, brushing grass off her coat. You got all that just from watching us fight? I got all that because I know how pirates and drone nobility, respectively, raise their children. However, nothing I just saw contradicted my expectations. This is why I selected the two of you as opponents. One is all street land skill with zero technique. The other, just the opposite. You can learn a great deal from one another, and I'll expect you to do so. Return your weapons to the bag, please. He swept his gaze across the remaining students speculatively while they did so, then nodded. Miss Avila, Mr. King, you know the drill. Weapons, then face off. Toby pulled a simple wooden staff from the bag. Triciny, having left her goddess-given armaments at the edge of the circle, produced plainer replicas of her shield and sword. That's amazing, said Toby with a grin. How do you manage to pull that shield out? Pretty sure it's wider than the mouth of the bag. You know, She looked down at this round shield thoughtfully. I have no idea. Each year I'm surprised anew at the talkativeness of the youth. Azaniel mused. There's a time for conversation and a time for combat, and you confuse them at your lethal peril. Bow and begin. They did so, Toby with a simple bend of the waist, Triciny saluting with a blade at the heart as she bowed. Then she surged forward, shield first. No idea what that was about. Toby clearly knew what he was doing. His movements were swift, precise, and powerful, and he was not limited by a purely technical knowledge of the staff, but able to improvise when she tried to trip him up. His choice of weapon also gave him the advantage of reach, which he used well, trying to keep her at too great a distance to employ her sword. The one advantage she pressed was that he was clearly not accustomed to accustomed. He was clearly not accustomed. Fuck! I just got the word. The one advantage she pressed was that he was clearly not accustomed to an opponent with a shield. Rather than trying to hook his longer weapon behind her shield and throw her off balance, as she had learned to do at the Abbey, he simply beat against it to push her back when she closed in, and he never went on the attack. Triciny chased him in a circle, first one way, then the other, at first waiting for him to reverse the tide of their engagement, then growing increasingly confused when it never happened. It occurred to her that he might be trying to outlast her, which would be a good tactic. His conservative style forced her to expend a lot more energy, trying to penetrate the wide range of his whirling defense. Enough, said Azanel quite abruptly. Seize. Tricine immediately stepped back, though she did not lower her speed, which at that moment had Toby's staff heading straight for it at blinding speed. He managed to rein it in at the last possible instant, and they exchanged a slightly awkward grin. Miss Avila, I'm afraid this class will be an utter waste of your time. Your level of skill is well beyond the scope of this level of study. Beginning next year, I'll place you in advanced courses. You're not nearly so skilled that I have nothing to teach you. However, given Professor Telrin's insistence about keeping the 8 of you as a unit during this semester at the least, skipping a level is not currently an option. I may make use of your talents to assist your classmates. I'll be glad to help in any way I can, Professor, Triciny said modestly, bowing to him. Behind her, Zarda sneered and rolled her eyes, receiving an elbow in the side from Teal. Mr. Kane, Azaniel went on, you're clearly not new at this either, but you have a long way to go. I saw several opportunities for you to end that contest using the superior reach and speed of your weapon. I cannot be sure, yet, whether your skill was simply inadequate to the task, but I am sure that you lacked the initiative even to try. We must work on teaching you to employ some aggression. I don't do aggression, sir, Toby said quietly. It's against Omna's way. I train only to defend myself. Do you imagine, Mr. Kane, that you are the first holy warrior ever to lack for a taste for violence? This is the great irony of your position, Paladin. It will simply not always be possible to diffuse conflict before it occurs. Once the weapon comes out, there remains only one way to end violence. He stepped closer to Tobias, staring directly into his eyes. Finish it. Azaniel turned and walked away, folding his arms behind his back. If your role in life is that of the peacemaker, you must resign yourself to the fact that sometimes peace can only be made through force. Peace is a condition that exists only when those who hate to fight are better prepared to do so than those who love to. Furthermore, as far as finishing blows are concerned, it's very simple and very easy to kill. If you would learn to neutralize an opponent while doing them the minimum possible amount of harm, you must master the art of attack. Master it more thoroughly than any killer ever needs to. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Toby dropped his gaze, looking profoundly troubled. The professor sighed. Alright, return your weapons. Frost? Juniper? We are gonna have to skip your contribution to today's events. I am forced to design an alternative curriculum for each of you. Frost, in particular, will simply not be able to engage in physical combat, but that doesn't mean you have nothing to learn about protecting yourself. I will be working with Professor Yornhall to arrange your studies. But in the meantime, I do want you to pay close attention and learn as much theory as you can absorb from this class. Can do, Professor, the pixie chirped. And Juniper, you won't have a strictly hands-off class. But for the time being, I'm not sending you against a classmate in a duel until I have a better idea of your level of skill and your ability to control yourself. I mean no insult, but the potential for catastrophic injury is simply too high. Okay, Juniper said in a very small voice, eyes downcast. Frost settled on the shoulder. Which leaves only two. He turned and raised an eyebrow at those remaining. Gabriel bared his teeth, still clutching his hand. Mr. Arkin, Miss Falconer, choose your weapons. Sir? Teal raised a hand. I can't. I'm an avowed pacifist. Then you will die by violence, said Azaniel curtly. Pick a weapon, Falconer. Falconer? Why do I keep saying Falconer? Because that's an actual word, that's why. Her eyebrows lowered. Perhaps you didn't hear me. Perhaps you failed to attend me when I explained this very issue to Mr. Kane just now. Your convictions are not my concern. Your ability to defend yourself is. Rest assured, Miss Falconer. Considerable safeguards are in place in this class to prevent you from doing any harm to your fellow students, accidentally or on purpose. However, you will acquire the necessary skill to do so, or more precisely, to prevent such being done to you. I would rather suffer violence than inflict it, she retorted. And once you have passed this class, that will be your business. Until you do, it is mine. I promise you, Miss Falconer, your compliance is not optional. I strongly recommend you offer it voluntarily. Teal drew in a long, slow breath, then walked over to the carpet bag and thrust in her hand. Moments later, she withdrew it, empty. Azaniel rolled his eyes. Close your fingers around whatever item you find, Falconer. Your stalling tactics are neither original nor acceptable. I tried, she protested. There's nothing in there. Oh? He raised an eyebrow. Try again. This time, Teal sank her arm in the bag, up to her shoulder, making a show of rooting around for a full minute before coming up, empty. Reach in and pull out a quarterstaff. With a sigh, she put her hand into the bag a third time, and almost immediately pulled out a staff, just like Toby had used, possibly the same one. She blinked at it in surprise. Huh. My, you actually are a pacifist. Most people will find a certain weapon that resonates with them, even if they have no knowledge of its use. Did you think I was kidding? She snapped. I think you're an 18-year-old, and I have dealt with far too many of those to presume that you know your own mind. Regardless, put the staff back, Miss Falconer. This is as good a time as any to begin working on open-handed techniques. Mr. Arkin, my apologies. This means you won't be starting off with a weapon either. Whatever, Weaver grunted. Square off and bow. They did so, both looking unhappy and uncertain. Begin. Teal awkwardly raised both hands, bracing her legs. She didn't even form fists and looked like she was trying to catch a ball. Gabriel just stood there, looking at her, then at the professor. Did you two perhaps intend to sign up for a comedy improv class instead of introduction to martial arts? Zaniel determined. Fight! Now! I... Gabriel looked back at Teal, who shuffled her feet, still watching him warily. I can hit a girl. Oh, by all the gods in the sky. Zaniel groaned. I'd hoped to go at least 1 year without one of these. Very well, Arquin. Fate has graced us with a remedy to your ignorance. Faulkner, step back, please, since you're clearly only going to hurt yourself there. Miss Avila, if you'd be so kind, go over there and punch Mr. Arquin in the mouth. Yes, sir, Christine said grimly, striding forward. What? Wait! No! Gabriel tried to scramble backward, tripped over his coat, and tumbled to the grass, where he attempted to crab walk away from Tristany until she got too close. Then he curled in himself into a fetal position, arms over his head. Ugh, said the professor, in tones of utter despair. Avella, stand down. This is like kicking a retarded three-legged puppy with two lazy eyes. Well, at least I know who my special projects this year are going to be. Faulkner, Arquin, I'm going to tell you this once. No grades are being assigned today, but if you keep up this hilarity, you'll find yourself failing my class, and thus repeating it. I am fully prepared to prevent you from graduating until I am satisfied that you are capable of protecting yourself. If that takes until you are my age, and I am forced to teach from rocking chair. Furthermore, Professor Talrin will back me up. Will back me every step of the way. And feel free to go ask her if you doubt it. He knelt to snap the carpet bag closed and lifted it. The purpose of today was for me to learn what I will need to teach to whom. Mission accomplished. All of you should have something to think about before we meet on Wednesday, at which time we will begin training in earnest. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of being earnest. If you are not capable of caring about your own self-preservation, then care about your grades. Until that time, you are dismissed. With that, Azaniel turned and strode away in the direction from which he had come, still with that easy loping step. It was as if he was part liquid. The freshman stood, or in Gabriel's case huddled, and watched him go. Then Zarda grinned broadly. I like that guy. Okay, so before we do the next chapter, I'm gonna take a short break. I am gonna go get some actual water because this is almost done. And maybe we get some music. Maybe we get some music. Yes, music. By which I mean just play Spotify. Spotify, please work. There we go. Sure, why not this? Alright. That's really soft. I'm gonna push that up a bit more. Hopefully y'all can hear that. I need to put that up on screen. Um, she has gotten on a train, come to this university, and I'm hearing people talk. Oh, I'm hearing myself talk. Yikes. Yikes. I'm sorry. Okay. Um, what was I saying? Right, Trissini, we saw her getting onto the train or the railway, and she met someone called she met a marshal of the Imperial Marshal or something, of the Empire. Um, we got a little bit of backstory about like the location, the university, a little bit of we got Professor Chalrin's class, and then we also got to meet all the girls first and the dorm mom. Um, so of Tristani's class, which is Juniper, Frost, Shane, Teal. Yeah, yeah, that's it. and herself, Tristani. So 5 girls. And Ruda, 6 girls. And then we had Professor Tolman's class, and then we had Professor Yornholt's class, and now we've had Professor Azanel's Azanel's class, and now we can continue. That's where we are at right now. Lunch is finished. This is still technically the first day. Um, yeah, we've also met a couple. Seems like senior students that were being assholes to them. Wasn't too bad. Alright, let's keep going. Hey, you ever wonder why we're here? Rook paused in his 18th consecutive game of solitaire to peer upward at Finchley. Oh, it's these guys! Interesting. Now, is this an existential type question? Such as, what is the meaning of life? Or, why did the gods see fit to place us in these bodies at this time in history? He reached into the unbuttoned collar of his uniform jacket to scratch himself. Or more along the lines of, why in the fuck did the army assign us to guard this here empty box canyon approximately 5 clicks west of Nowhere's asshole? Our orders specifically prohibit speculation as to the nature of this assignment, the other companion growled, not looking up from polishing his army-issued wizard staff. Blarg, blarg, blumble, boo, said Rook airily, swiping up his cards and beginning to loudly shuffle the deck. Look at us, Moretti. 5 privates on 2 duty shifts assigned to a hatbox-sized fort in the aforementioned empty-ass box canyon with no officers present. Even by army standards, this whole thing is idiotic. I bet they want us to start ignoring orders. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Finchley sighed, recognizing a new chorus of an old quarrel warming up. He leaned forward against the rail, not minding the way the entire structure vibrated. Experience had taught him it would probably hold, and if not, tumbling off the roof would at least alleviate the tedium. Their fort was little more than a wooden hut with a railed observation platform on top, occupying one end of the small box canyon. Behind it was a retractable rope ladder leading to the stairs out of the canyon. They really had nothing to do while on watch, but to stare at the abandoned mine opening at the other end of the canyon, which they had been emphatically ordered never to approach. It was a practical question, he said, cutting off the gathering argument. And don't glare at me like that, Moriarty. You know he's right. Private Moriarty humphed and bent over his stuff again, dipping his rag in the jar of polish. The thing already gleamed blindingly in the sun. The hot, hot sun. Finchley cast a longing look up at the trees rimming the canyon's lip. Must be so shady and cool out there. You better leave that thing alone, or you're gonna rub all the magic out of it, Brooks said, his customary sly grin creeping across his swarthy face. How's about you go below and polish your other stuff for a while? Might improve your disposition. If I bothered to report every flouted regulation or act of open insubordination that goes on in this wretched excuse for a base, Moriarty said woodenly, I'd have no time to do anything but write reports. If not for me, Rook, you'd be running a still and a brothel here by now. That just isn't true, brother, and I'll tell you why. Rook tucked the cards into the pocket of his jacket and folded his arms behind his head, leaning against the rail. This is an answer to your question too, Finchley. See, my theory is we're part of some big experiment. I mean, seriously. 5 privates, in middle of nowhere, no offices? It makes no sense. And what the hell are these? He lifted a hand to tap one of the clouded crystal orbs that surmounted the corner post of the railing. I think these are some kind of scarring equipment. I think they're studying how long it takes discipline to completely break the hell down when they don't bother to maintain it. That'd be useful for them to know if we ever were to go to war again, Finchley mused, shifting his staff to the other hand. Rook nodded. Exactly! See? He gets it. So yeah, that is why you chumps don't have the privilege of living in Rook's Bookerarium and Moonshine Palace. I figure they expect us to let the uniform situation slide a bit, but I try to keep my court-martial worthy offenses to no more than 3 a day. Indeed, of the 3 of them, only Moriarty kept his navy blue Imperial Army uniform to regulation standards. Finchley had, after the 3rd week of not being checked up on by Imperial Command, stopped buttoning his jacket as a concession to the heat. Rook didn't even bother to tuck in his shirt most days, nor to lace up his boots properly. And only a truly epic tantrum from Moriarty had prevented him from tearing the sleeves off his coat. I think it's a Hellgate, Finchley said. Hellgates are classified material, Moriarty all but shouted. Speculating about them while on duty is a class 4 act of insubordination. Oh, blow it out your ass, Moriarty, Rook said lazily. And Finchley, get your head out of yours. If this was a Hellgate, they'd have a platoon here covering it, with artillery and wizards. No, see, my dad is a wizard. He does research for the guild. Almost all known Hellgates are completely quiet, sort of like they're blocked from the other side or something. But gates that have been silent for years have been known to unexpectedly cough out a demon once in a while, so the Empire wouldn't just leave them unwatched. But there's only so many troops and so much funding to go around, and with most of it on the frontier around the Golden Sea, they can't possibly put full security on every single known Hellgate. There are hundreds of them. The 5 soldiers? 2 or 3 on duty at a time with wands and staffs? A couple of glass would do it for most of the kinds of demons that might accidentally slip through. And this one being in the middle of nowhere? If Elal was going to invade or something, she wouldn't use this one. Kyle! Hello! Easy, this is a Gundam stream. How are you, Kyle? We are reading TGAB, exclamation TGAB, if you want to get the link to the book. You've been here before, you know the book. That, Rook said slowly, makes a scary amount of sense. Well, fuck. I didn't want to ever sleep again anyway. Thank you so much, Finchley. If this conversation stops now, I'll forget I heard it, said Moriarty through gritted teeth. Otherwise you'll go and tell on us. I bet your school mom loved you, Moriarty. I bet yours tried to drown you in the well. Nope, Rook grinned. But her husband did. Well, this wasn't here before. The 3 soldiers lifted their heads in surprise at the new voice behind them, then as one, froze, instead in slack-jawed stupefaction. Yeah, sure, no worries, Kyle. Have a good lurk. Bye. Standing between the fort and the ladder that offered their only chance of escape stood a woman with a skin of a dusky crimson, eyes that were swirling pits of orange flame, and a pair of ridged horns sweeping backward from the crown of her forehead. She wore an improbable black leather outfit studded with steel rings and spikes of dubious utility, and with her feet on the ground, towered over their rooftop watch post by a good 10 feet. That voice seemed like it would have been a throaty, sultry purr had it not been powerful enough to rattle the floorboards. I see Sheridan has found my little bolt hole, she went on with a sly smile. Such a clever lad, that one. Though honestly, his habit of putting soldiers at all my doors and windows is becoming tiresome. Halt! Finchley squeaked, though the apparition wasn't apparition, though the apparition wasn't moving. He raised his staff and pointed it at her. The uncontrollable trembling of his arms would have killed his accuracy had she not been so close and such a huge target. Identify yourself! Oh dear, how rude of me. That smug smile widened to a grin. She had fangs as long as his forearm. You would know me as Elal, among other less polite monikers. Incidentally, lads, you've built your little clubhouse right across my back steps, as it were. That's hardly neighborly. All three of them were now on their feet, Rook after some awkward scrambling and nearly falling off the platform twice. Finchley and Moriarty had staffs pointed at her heart. Rook couldn't reach his, but aimed his sidearm at her, and also Finchley's, which he had stolen a week ago to see how long it would take his bunkmate to notice. Hello? Rook croaked. Oh, bugger. I pictured someone less hot. Why, aren't you a sweetie? She cooed. Her breath smelled of a very confusing blend of sulfur and spearmint. Suppose you just drop those things, boys? Surely you wouldn't shoot a pregnant lady. A moment of silence held, while the goddess of demons eyed the three petrified imperial privates with unveiled amusement. Allow, Marty finally said in a shrill squeak. If that's your real name, you are under arrest on the authority of the Emperor Terras. You're commanded to stand down and submit to arrest. At this, her grin widened to truly appalling proportions. Rook felt the blood rush to his head, and his knees began to buckle. Well, just look at you three, she purred. Brave, loyal, not too bright. Exactly the way I like my boys. Makes me sad I don't have time to stop and play. But I have bigger fish in the fire. Take a nap, lads. As though she'd flip the switch, all three soldiers crumpled silently, dropping their weapons with a clatter. Moriarty began to snore. Elal shook her head as she stepped around the fort, heading for the old mine shaft. Poor kids. You've seen what you prefer. Superiors would rather no one knew was real, and that's usually a death sentence. Still, at least this time they won't have me to blame for the deed. In passing, she tapped one of the smoky crystal orbs with her fingertip. It exploded in powder. And then she was gone, striding through a hole that opened in the air at the far end of the canyon, and snapped shut behind her. Well, that's a good power move that you can see from Ilau. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Well, said Gabriel, I'm willing to call it. No one, anywhere, is having a weirder day than we are. Just after 3 people got put to sleep by a demon goddess. Yep, fun. They stood awkwardly around the university greenhouse, where their first herbalism class was to be held, watching Juniper dart around in manic glee. She sniffed, rubbed her head against, fondled, greeted, and in a few cases sang to every plant she came across, looking as delighted as a child in a candy store. Everyone else kept carefully to the pass, and as far from the foliage as possible, partly due to the large sign reading, "If you don't recognize it, don't touch it," but mostly to having watched Frost narrowly avoid being eaten by what appeared to be a daisy. So long as nothing jumped out at anyone, the greenhouse was a place of stunning beauty. Though there had to have been some plan to its layout, it wasn't readily apparent, and the profusion of plant life resembled a jungle. Green fronds were draped everywhere, vines climbed every available surface, and exotic blossoms made explosions of color in all directions. The air was damp and heady with the scent of earth and dozens of flowers. A bold assertion, Shane noted. I think, with respect, that you underestimate the weirdness of the world. Tricini? Said Teal nervously. That vine is going for your foot. What? Tricini leaped backwards onto the path, almost bowling into Toby. The woody protrusion that had been creeping stealthily toward her booth slithered back into the underbrush. Gabriel raised an eye at Shane. See? The greenhouse's heavy wooden door exploded inward, rebounding off the wall, luckily an interior wall, not a glass one, with a crash, and the professor arrived. "Behold!" he thundered, pausing in the doorway to strike a dramatic pose before swaggering the rest of the way in. He was a tall, thinly built man with subtly pointed ears and flowing golden hair that fell nearly to his waist, dressed in painfully tight pants, glossy knee-high boots, and a lace-trimmed blouse that hung open halfway to his navel. Fucking love this guy. "I," he informed the 8 stupefied students, "am Professor Admistus. I'm Professor Admistus Raffe, Master of Plants and Lord of this verdant domain. Lest you question my utter dominance of this subject, let me assure you that an affinity with nature is in my blood. I am, as you can see, a half-elf." He placed a hand just above his belt. "This half, from here up. Everything below is of the meatiest, manliest proportions, I assure you." "Good," said Teal. "I will be brutally frank," Professor Raffe intoned, stalking toward them along the gravel path, his hands clasped at the small of his back. "This warm, cozy security of this greenhouse, is the greatest comfort you will experience in this class. To learn the lore of plants, we shall go where the plants are. The wild plants, the hungry, crawling children of Naya's various drunken indiscretions with dark things born of inebriated goblins and nightmares." "Hey," Juniper protested. "You shouldn't talk about the goddesses that way. Some of you may not survive." Silence fell, during which Raffe examined them slowly with one eyebrow superciliously arched. Then suddenly he grinned. "Probably you'll all survive, but you're officially warned now, so if somebody doesn't, you can't blame me. But seriously, kids, this is a lab work class. We'll do some stuff here in the greenhouse, but for the most part, we'll be traveling. Occasionally by rail to other parts of the Empire. I hope nobody's got a weak stomach. But largely into the Golden Sea. I've got friends out there, and one rarely sees a dragon or a minotaur this close to the frontier, so it'll probably be fine." Ruffy turned his entire body in a slow half circle. "So, let's see what I've got to work with this semester. Good. Skinny but spry. I've got a sun-blocking oil you can use," he said to Shane. We're gonna be in a lot of sun, and I don't know if your type burns or what. You, with the armor, you're gonna slow us down. I will not, Chisholm snapped. You totally will. You're wearing like half your body weight in metal. Would you like to step outside and have a foot race? Raphael threw back his head and roared with laughter. Excellent! Stick it to the man, Avela. 10 points extra credit. Uh, what? Huh? But seriously, the armor's not gonna work. If you want to wear it, fine. But don't whine to me when you sink in a bog. Let's see. Nice hat, Kanaji. Oh my! He eyed Juniper up and down slowly. Any more like you at home? Um, not exactly like me? Splendid. Show me sometime. We'll have privacy. Alrighty then. Raphael clapped his hands together and rubbed them briskly. Considering it's morally long to do actual work on the first day of classes, we're pretty much done here. Your homework! Before your next class, I expect each of you to investigate the properties of grains by drinking something distilled from some. I'm far too important to follow you around checking up on you, so you're on the honor system. Also, it has come to my attention that tomorrow morning you all have introduction to alchemy. He glowered at them so hard that Teal took a step back. I will warn you up front that your instructor in that course is a blasted swaggering troglodyte who is unworthy to suck down the oxygen of my magnificent greenhouse. Extra credit will be rewarded in this class for pelting him with books while his back is turned. And with that, you are dismissed. Yes, oh great pirate princess. Yeah, question, Zardo rolled her hand. Are you an idiot? He made a waffling gesture with one hand. I'll give you 5 points. Defying authority is less impressive when they're the second person in a row to try it. Nobody likes a brown-nosed Apodagi. And now, onward to glory! Professor Refe spun on his heel and charged out of the greenhouse, kicking up a spray of gravel. Seconds later, he popped back in, grabbed the door, and slammed it shut. They heard the muffled echoes of his maniacal laughter receding into the distance. He didn't answer my question, Zarda noted. Oh, Grip said grimly. I think he did. Got you, Arachne Twelrin grinned down at her rebuilt scrying table, deftly marking the location on the attached map and jotting down a notation next to it. She had promised both Alaric and herself that she would focus on school business for now, but the siren's call of research, and to be honest, of adventure, was too much to ignore, particularly when the automatic warnings she had set up had pinged to indicate a large spike of demonic energy just outside the home province. The golem she had set to observe the scrying array had taken detailed notes, which she had just finished analyzing. The opening of a hellgate left an unmistakable energy signature. Reassuringly, this one had been open for barely a second. The bad news was that this meant it was not a bear in a tavern situation, but a purposefully crossing by a demon powerful enough to pry the gate open. The good was that, based on the lack of residual energy in the area, whatever had opened it had gone in rather than come out. Otherwise, the gate would have bled infernal radiation all over the site. It was strange for a demon to want to go into hell. Everything ever recorded having made the crossing had adamantly refused to go back. Unless this one was on specific business. Crystal, you're positive on your readings? I don't find any trace of divine energy in the area now. Positive, Professor. The golem chimed softly. Crystal was unimaginatively named. Well, she was a prototype, no point getting too attached. Her form was little more than a set of large, faceted white stones, suspended in a cloud of pure arcane energy. Gold-embossed sigils carved into her primary center of mass collected and suspended both her physical form and the free-floating energy that powered her, as well as holding the spells that governed her behavior. It was brief and difficult to pick out from the background noise, but distinctive during its duration. And your analysis? I extract, oh, blah. I extrapolate from the evidence that a deity opened the Hellgate and entered. The question was a test. Archne had come to the same Archne had come to the same conclusion, but Crystal was a work in progress, and it paid to check up on her reasoning abilities. The professor began to pace back and forth, her feet marking an already worn groove in her carpet. Which deity? Terran was on speaking terms with more gods than most priests, and couldn't immediately suss out why one of them would do such a thing. Alal was the only one who had any business in hell, but unless she'd recently learned a great deal more circumspection, than Artney had suspected her capable of, she wouldn't have gotten out of the infernal plane without kicking up a cosmic ruckus, and certainly wouldn't have slipped quietly back in. Such would be utterly out of character for the Demon Queen. Ave? No. Even if Ave took a notion into her head to attack Hell, she'd have gone in with an army. And what with her new paladin on this plane, indications were that Ave's attention was focused here. That line of reasoning also ruled out Omnu, who would have never done such a thing anyhow. Vesk might do something like this, or Asarion, but speculating on the trickster god's motives was an exercise in futility. Shah or Columnar might either of them be rash enough to try a one-god war on Hell, but the allure of getting those two menaces was probably clouding her mind with wishful thinking. They'd never tried it before. Vidius? She could imagine several reasons he'd be interested in Hell. The god of death occasionally found a need to bend his own rules and return the soul to the mortal plane, which might necessitate retrieving it first. She came to a stop mid-pace, fingers twitching with the desire to grab books and begin searching for answers. She had responsibilities. Damn Alaric and his relentless logic. The very beginning of the semester was no time to go herring off on a quest. Nothing indicated these matters was urgent. The matter would keep. Still. Crystal. Pull the reference material on temporal magic and Vankstat's notes on experimental scrying methods. Cross-reference them for... Crystal let the silence stretch on for a moment before gently prompting her. For what, Professor? Telrain snapped her wandering attention back to the present. For any points of mutual applicability, I suppose. Anything that might be relevant to time scrying. Yes, Professor. If you intend to scry in the past, may I suggest studying the works of Thelonious the Great. His theories on the subject of time travel are considered fundamental. I taught Thelonious. Smart boy, but a pure theorist, and I need something practical. Just get me what I asked for to start with, and we'll go from there. Oh, and Varing's treatise on boundary spells too. Which is the one that focuses on protecting scrying systems? His 8th treatise, Professor. Yes, that one. Pull it. Have them all prepared for me for after classes tomorrow, Professor. Will there be anything else for now? Telrain chewed her lip, staring down at the scrying table. Gods and pants. I hope not. Teal? She jerked her head up at the soft voice at her shoulder. The freshman girls were on their way back to Clock Tower, having parted from Toby and Gabriel outside the greenhouses. The other 4 went up ahead, loudly speculating and complaining about their professors. Teal and Shane trailed along behind them, both content with the quiet. At least, they had been until the dark elf was spoken. You too had noodles today? I see. Nice, Lucy. My god, Sam. Oh, Overwatch. I see. Lucy, how was your noodles? How are you guys going in Overwatch? Have you completed the event already? I need to still do it. I think I've got like the second one onwards. Oh, nice. Am I still going for the other one? Yeah, it's rough. It's long. Ooh, spoon of butter. That actually might help with this. This is not bad as is, though. Yeah, butter noodles. It's... Well, I mean, the noodles have to be seasoned, but butter makes sense. Because it would be like a bit more... I don't know. A bit more fatty, a bit more... things to get cooked, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Make them slippery. Thank you. Yeah, I found the skin very rough because it's like what 27 games to get the skin. I'm tired after like 9. Wait, really? I thought butter noodles was like the standard. Same. I'm not good at the game either, Sam. Well, I mean, Sola, you have to play with like, um... oh wow, that blocks my face. You have to play with Sam, so you know that instantly just brings your elo down. Yeah, these are wonton noodles, I believe. Rice? Also, Lucy, I'm surprised you didn't know that butter noodles was a thing. Because I thought that was the default in the world. Like noodles with butter. But I guess that's just from me reading too many American focus books. Nah, Lucy, I just read way too much. And so a lot of my knowledge comes from just straight up just reading storybooks. Because that's where a lot of shit is from. Like I know a little bit about a lot of things. And most of that knowledge comes from like fiction books. Because that's pretty much the only writing I read. I'm gonna have to go for a refill soon. Pretty much. My knowledge sources are anime and fiction books. That's pretty much it. Yep. हाँ हाँ एक सेकंड go. Yeah, that's practically my entire knowledge sources right there. Anime and fiction books. And as it stands right now, anime is kind of like dropping off that list. Where did Reddit come from? I don't think you all even know that I have a Reddit account. I mean, I do. Who doesn't? But I don't really use it for like learning. Bait it. Yeah, I suppose. Thank you. More. True. I am on the internet. I probably have one, yeah. That's true. Yes, more nudes. Don't clip that, please. If you clip that, just get me the voice clip from it that just says more nudes. In that excited tone. And then I can, when I finally figure out how to set up alerts, like actually set up alerts, I can set it up. To just go more nudes every time someone subs. And that'll be infinitely funny just to me and no one else. Just like, more nudes? It's fucking hot. I make mistakes. Immediately click, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's lagging so much. Load. Because I have the fucking music up, isn't it? Please. That's good. Yeah. I mean, it's not the one that I had when I was in Australia, no, but I believe that one's still in the bag. No, it's not. It's not in my bag. Oh, you can see my bag. Yeah. That's my bag. Do you not make skin to plastic contact on that one bottle? Huh. Yeah, I guess I don't. I did. Well, I do if it's still like the usual. Looking for a plastic bottle, but I don't have one. But like if it's the usual plastic bottle where it's like that and then like that, I would make contact because that's bit too small. But I believe this is like designed. This is like designed to be poured because it's meant to be like a sharing bottle more than like a more than of like a single person thing. But I drink enough water that I might as well use it for myself. Yeah, exactly. Except, unlike you, I drink water, like regularly. If only because I know what it is like to go without water for like a couple days. You heard what I said. I drink plenty of water while at work and while streaming. So screw you. That's like a big chunk of your life, Solar. Solar after stream ends. For like a good 5 minutes. Not even 2% of your power. Fair enough. Like, to be fair, I have, what do you call this? Like 1.5 liters, or are we talking like the usual 250 ml baby bottles, or even smaller? It depends on the bottle size. 1.5 liters. All right, okay. You're on my level then, because I've done two entire bottles, 1.5 liters, and then after which I've gone and just pissed for about a half an hour. Anywhere? You can get 250 ml bottles anywhere. Huh? Tingnan na. Oh, the normal is 500. Fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, no, I can get the smaller ones as well. Like it's not that big an issue. You're gonna be the last one standing. Oh yeah, 2.250 ml would be a quarter. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, no, I drank two entire bottles. It is, yeah. Can you not hear it? Wow! Wow! Who's gonna be the last one standing? Very quiet. Rooting for you. Am I gonna be the last one standing? Let me know if you can hear it now. Actually, let me. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna be the last one standing. I keep fighting. I like how my entire karaoke stream, it didn't get the muted thing, and so I've uploaded the entire karaoke stream on YouTube. And I listened to a little bit of it. Yeah, at all. It's amazing. And I listened to a little bit of it, and all I heard was my donkey braying. And I was like, okay. Makes a lot of sense why YouTube or Twitch didn't mute anything, because all you could hear was me just. You couldn't hear the actual music. It was just a tad bit too soft. Like you could hear it if you put your volume to full, and your volume mixer your volume up as well, and then you can maybe hear it then. But it was soft enough that casual listening wouldn't be able to. You would not really be able to hear it. And apparently that like defies filters. So I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what half of the songs that are gonna be playing are. Next, my father and mixer. Oh yeah. Skepsy, have you done the OSWE cert? Just like out of curiosity. Wait, also, you guys said you were lurking. Did you hear my Rafe voice? Which was really just me screaming. No. No. It was just me getting louder because Rafe is such a loud motherfucker. So I just kept getting louder for like every couple sentences because that's that's legitimately how he talks. And yeah. Well, I mean, you should be able to hear it in like 2 more chapters, I believe. You know, if anything worked. There we go. But where's your heart? But where's your... I know. Oh, wait, never mind. You guys are not gonna hear it. Not tonight, anyway. I'm looking at the things, and I don't think we see that the next scene for a while. But yeah, we'll be reading more chapters. Yep. After I finish eating, though, because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I don't know what playlist this is. I should check that. It's my Daily Mix 5. Okay. Seek. I'm not afraid to keep on living. I'm not afraid to walk this world alone. Me going home. Na 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 na. On the inside of the toilet black hotel mirror, but I'm so weak. I'm incomplete. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put... Oh my god. I just saw that. Because I was looking at my phone. What's the percentage at? 74%? Yeesh. Oh no, Sam. No. I'm gonna have to fix the laptop such that it can actually fucking stream a game and, like, stream. Like, play a game and stream. Because right now I can only do one or the other. But PC is like effort, and I would have to like look at specs and stuff, and I'm like, really not. Really not. I'm really not earning that big money. Yeah. But like it's also like research and stuff that, yeah, I know GPU sausage is a piece of pain in the ass. Piece of pain in the ass. Mood. Like, I'm looking at the prices for shit, and I'm like, I don't wanna. And so I'm just waiting, and the waiting has like extended to like now, and I'm still waiting. Like new things are gonna keep coming out. I'm gonna be waiting. Fuck if I know what I'm waiting for, but I am waiting. It is, yes, it's definitely an excuse, but yeah. I'm just being lazy is all it comes down to. Like everything else in life. But yeah, I'm gonna go drop my bowl off in the sink, and I'll be right back. Well, the dishwasher, actually. Keep forgetting you have that now. 3K though! 3K though! Hello. No, then never mind. You were never mine, so good night and never mind. I got distracted by my brother watching Community. And so I was just watching it, and I was like, ah, shit. Don't ask why, but you're never gonna get me back. We're gonna wait for the end of this song, and then a bit more after that, and then we're gonna go back. Crying, crying, wolf so long, it's hard to believe me anymore. I've been dying, dying for you, but you were never mine, so good night and never mind. Never mind, so good night and never mind. You were never mine, so good night and never mind. Uh-oh. Please let me go to Spotify. Thank you. Now we wait a couple seconds. so that, in the VOD it gets unmuted, and then we can go back to reading book. How was your days? How was your weekends? We can should have just started for everyone in chat, I think. Yeah, should be. But yeah, my main thing with like getting a PC is just me being lazy. That's main uh, issue against that, I suppose would be the word. I'm you all know me. I'm lazy as fuck. I'm so bloody lazy, and it requires like a little bit of research if I'm not gonna just buy a pre-built. Which I might just buy a pre-built, but if I'm buying a pre-built, then I want to at least get a pre-built that can do things. So I'm gonna still have to look at specs. I'm very lazy when it comes to that. If I can get the if I ever finish this, right, and like catch up to where Web has taken hiatus, or even actually finish it because I don't think I'll be able to catch up to them by the time he finishes his hiatus. Um, there's another book I want to read. It's called Practical Guide to Evil. Sloth! Hello, how are you? That sounded weird. How are you? How you doing? How's job? Because I know that's been like an issue for you and free time. Job is going well. Nice. It's way better now. That's good. That's good. Glad to hear that. I'm honestly very glad to hear that. That's honestly very good. I am doing a book reading thing, whereby I just read books on stream, and that's the entirety of stream. The reason I took so long to switch back to the book is because I wanted to get past the period where there's a copyright song and we mute the audio for VOD. Should I can just go into the VOD and just upload it onto YouTube without having to worry about well, that muted audio, and then I'm reading books and I'm like, for the first like 2 chapters you hear nothing, and I'm like so yeah, I don't want that. But yeah, the book I'm reading is TGAB, The Gods of Bastards. Is that visible? Yes, it is. Lyndon, hello. Ooh, sorry, I just had dinner. Yeah, so The Gods of Bastards. If you do exclamation mark TGAB, you can see the link to the book. It's a high fantasy. Oh, hey, it says it up here, blocked by my face. There you go. It's a high fantasy Western web serial. Oh, fuck. There. There. It's so weird. Um, yeah. It's a lot of fun. I like it. It's one of my favorite books. It's a book that I've been reading for 4 years or so now. Um, yeah, it's high fantasy because there's a bit of sci-fi in it. More like technological things is more accurate, I suppose. Which is why it's high fantasy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of fun. Uh, it's currently on hiatus, but he's not like the author is planning to pick it back up fairly soon. Uh, and there's a lot to read as well. Like when it loads, just look at it. I am here right now. We've just managed to get here. Still got another like 11 chapters if I want to complete the book, right? On stream. Um, and then there's like 16 books. Yeah, 16 books, and then a bunch of bonus chapters as well, which I will read in the order they appear in the story. So it'll be like because some of these bonus chapters they appear in the middle of books, which honestly to me I feel like that's the best place for it to be. Um, oh, I'll be finishing volume one at least. I think. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep that as an aim to finish volume one before we, I guess, give up on the book and go on to something else. Reading is great. It's that resident sleeper. Screw you, Chocobi. You know me. You know how much I read. You've seen me in just reading. Literally doing nothing else but staring at my phone. That was when I was reading. Yeah, we can start. Off to dinner, girls? Janice said cheerily as she putted about Clark Tower's sitting room, applying a feather duster to the furniture. Remember, just let me know if you ever wanted to eat in. Not that the cafeteria food isn't wonderful, but we've a fully stocked kitchen here, and sometimes a lady doesn't feel up facing crowds. You know how. True, true. Shane and Juniper had just entered the room from the stairs. Teal sat on the couch, strumming a soft melody on her guitar. She looked up and grinned without pausing. Pertaining to that, said Shane, I have a favor to ask. Has anyone seen Tristany or Zarida? Not since we got back, replied Teal, still playing. If they're both up in their room, well, maybe we should go break up whatever's going on. But I'm not so sure it'd be safe to. Toot toot. Those girls just need a bit of time to get used to each other, Janice scolded gently. Mind your head, ducky. Here, let me just get the back of the couch. I see. Shane folded her arms together, causing them to vanish in the white cuffs of her sleeves. I need to visit the scroll tower in Last Rock and dispatch a message to Tar Narcissus. I would greatly appreciate a human escort if such is available. The more open-minded of Imperial citizens, I find, react to my race with me as suspicion. I'll be glad to pay for a dinner in town, as thanks. Oh! Juniper bit her lower lip. Oh, that actually sounds like a lot of fun, but I've already made plans this evening. I promised Miss Oak I'll be back at the dining hall for dinner, and then I have a date. Already? Janice tittered. But I shouldn't be surprised. You're such a lovely little thing. Just be careful, dear. A lady must mind her reputation. I'll come along, said Teal, her melody easing to a stop. Mind if I bring my guitar? I've been wanting to have a go at playing the local taverns anyway. My, my parents never let me do it back home. I should be very grateful of the company, Shane replied, bowing to her. And I never object to music. That's what I like to hear, grinning. Teal gently laid the guitar in the case at her feet and snapped it shut, then slung it over her shoulder as she stood. I'm good to go whenever you are. I would not dream of making you wait. Shall we? Juniper watched, her head tilted inquisitively, till the girls had shut the door behind them, then turned back to Janice. What about my reputation? Uh-oh. My phone just disconnected from chat. Never mind, it's back. Hold up. Can we stop a minute? Of course. Teal sank to the ground, sitting on the lower step of the great marble staircase with the main street of Last Rock opening before her, and placed the guitar case across her knees. She leaned on it with both elbows, panting. Shane stood nearby, only the faint light from of her eyes, visible from within her hood. In Terrace, I once got to visit Thomas Esdell's factory. He's got this thing called an escalating staircase. Basically, the steps just flow sort of upward like a backwards river. No walking required. I think it's powered by an elemental turning a lever. She lifted her head and wiped sweat off from her face with her sleeve. I'm going to suggest Twelrin put one of those in here. It was my supposition that Professor Telrin arranged this approach to her university specifically to discourage easy access, Shane replied. Such would defeat someone of her reputation. Ugh, I swear I'm not out of shape. There just aren't any mountains to climb around from. In my home, level surfaces are scarce and not found on a single convenient plane. We build wherever building is possible. Stairs are a fact of life to which I am, I think, more accustomed than most of our classmates. I bet Clark Tower is downright homey to you then. Its interior, yes, in some ways. I'm only able to sleep by cultivating deep denial of what lies outside its walls. Teal chuckled, then heaved herself back to her feet with a grunt. Well, that's not just you. I mean, who built a floating tower, honestly? Wizards? Wizards who are jerks. Or merely ostentatious. Ostentatious. Fuck me, fuck! Or merely ostentatious. Ostentatious jerks! They attracted some long looks from the townsfolk as they passed into the town proper, but no overt hostility. The citizens of Last Rock were doubtless used to unusual types, living in the literal shade of the university. Several offered polite greetings in passing, which Teal returned cheerily, and Shane with a formal bow. Teal, I wish to ask what may be a personal question, but I desire not to offend. I do not yet understand the limits of acceptable conversation in imperial society. Ask away, she replied lightly. I reserve the right not to answer, but I won't be offended by such curiosity. Look, I'm just going to stop here for a second because these two, things happen with them. And just reading how innocent the start sounds, I'm like, no one's gonna understand that. But oh my god, it's so good. I fucking love this book. I fucking love this web serial. It's so fucking good. You don't understand. Uh, Shane's nod was a barely perceptible shuffle of a scowl. In the dining hall, I heard two upperclassmen express fascination that a falconer is in attendance this year. Are you one of the nobility? I. Not as such, she made a wry face. That he's a pedigreed aristocrat. That is a fuck. That is a pedigreed aristocrat would be offended at the suggestion, but partly because my family am richer than most of them. I see. Please forgive my impertinence. Impertinence. Please forgive my impertinence. Shane, it's fine. If you tread on my privacy, I'll tell you. The questions aren't a bother. That's how people get to know each other after all. I'll keep it in mind. They walked in silence. Aelin. Why the D-face? What? They walked in silence, occasionally nodding to locals. Lasra was surprisingly busy, considering the hour. The sky was streaked with crimson shadows, the sun having long since vanished behind the mountain. Not very convenient of them to build a scroll tower at the outer edge of town. Inconvenient for university residents, perhaps, but not for the sake of commerce. It is, after all, adjacent to the rail platform. I can hardly imagine anyone coming here just to send a telescope. Teal grumbled. Students and faculty probably give them more business than anybody stumbling off a cab. Perhaps they take satisfaction in making us walk. I just bet they do. First Telrin with a bloody staircase, then all these fine people. She glanced around warily. Nobody appeared to be close enough to listen in. You know, we should visit town more often. It's rare I can walk among the proletariat. Oh my god. I am gonna have to look that up because I am dumb.
Proletariat.
What?
Proletariat.
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 Proletariat. Proletariat. Proletariat. Proletariat. Proletariat. Proletariat. Where is it? It's rare I can walk among the proletariat and not be the center of suspicious attention. Honored to be of service, Shane said dryly. Though, with respect, I would assume that your manner of dress did not signal an aversion to attention. Teal kicked a pebble out of her way. It's maybe not so prudent. I suppose I'll have to up and grow out of it one of these days. I just. It got to where I feel like I would explode if I couldn't just be me and not what's expected of me, you know? I confess that I don't. In Tarnausis, expectations are a fact of life, and the consequences for flouting them are not merely social. You must think I'm pretty shallow. Not in the least. I think your concerns reflect the world in which you live, and are shaped by pressures wholly alien to me. The fuck is. She turned a cold head to look at Teal directly. I'm accustomed to the demands of a society with rigid gender roles. Sometimes I think integrating into a culture that lacked them would be easier than adapting to one whose roles are so utterly different. How so? There is no word for patriarchy in my language. Explaining the concept would incite either derision or violence, depending on the circumstance. I am given to understand that imperial society is not accepting of persons attracted to their own gender. Not especially, no. Teal sighed heavily. If the subject bothers you, of course I will not press. No, no. Really, if anything, it's nice to talk with someone who's not just tolerating me. I guess elves are okay with that. Shane cocked her head to one side. Orientation is a human concept. Among elves, both surface and subterranean, refusing sexual contact with an entire gender is considered a sign of mental illness. Wow. I guess I might not fit in so well in Tarnarsis after all. On the contrary, you might not be welcomed among the plains of forestry, but my people have a more lenient view of the mind. Any condition which does not inhibit individuals' ability to contribute is considered a personality trait, not a problem. Drow do not waste resources. So, really? By that standard, I also consider almost all humans crazy. We do. Teal's laughter was loud and bright. Shane smiled at her in return. Oh, so cute. The scroll tower was impossible not to find. It was the tallest thing short of the mountain in the region, and in any case, the road led almost directly to it. Last Rock's tower was an unpretentious pillar of metal scaffolding, topped by the great crystal orb, which flickered dimly in the twilight as information passed through it. There was apparently little for Last Rock to transmit, and at present it served simply as a waypoint for messages flying across the Empire. Teal pulled the door open and held it for Shane, bowing grandly. She received a nod and a smile in return. Inside, the office was more resembled stereotypical frontier sensibilities than most of Last Rock. The interior walls were paneled with wood, and decorated with maps and a few hunting trophies. Mounted heads of bear, elk, unicorn, and some kind of enormous cat glared down at them. and a single preserved dragon wing was stretched across one entire wall. Benches were upholstered in red leather, in a style that had been popular in the imperial offices 20 years ago, and the wall scones pulsed and flickered, clearly the original prototype fairy lights rather than the steadier modern variety. Well, hey there. Y'all are just in time. I was just about to close up. Come on in. Let's see what we can do for you. Behind the counter opposite the door grinned an old man with bristly white sideburns and the silvern griffin badge of an imperial officer pinned to his flannel shirt. Over his shoulder they could just see the pale glow play fuck. Over his shoulder they could just see the pale blue glow of arcane magic at work. Honestly, I'm not a good reader. Anytime I read out loud, you can hear me stumble over words. I'm not good. Most of the time when I do reading, I don't get a voice in my head that like voices out everything. I just read. I just go from word to word, understand its meaning, let's move on, Which is why most of the time, like if there's a new word in the text, I don't stop and like figure out how to sound it out, which I know a lot of people do. Um, for me, that word is just absorbed as part of the sentence, and then I usually based on the context I can like figure out what that word means almost instantly. So I don't know, that's just how I read. So me reading aloud is very different from how I usually. It's because I gotta pause, figure out how to sound words and then say them, and I gotta read it somewhat in the cadence, so it sounds like it flows rather than monotonous, just droning on because that's not entertaining. But yeah, it's very different from, and it's very like, it's why every so often if I pause in reading and it seems like I'm gonna say something but not actually saying anything, that just means that I have started slipping back to how I usually read, and so I've gone silent and I've just read further ahead, and I'm like rebooting that, going back and like, oh shit, I just stopped paying attention to what I was doing. um, yeah, it's just that's why I keep quiet every so often. Um, well, that's why I go quiet every so often while reading, and it's also why I stumble a lot when I say words. Good evening, Shane replied, gliding toward him with Teal strolling along behind. I apologize for the late hour. I must dispatch a message to the Narisian consulate at Fort Vaspian. She produced uh, a neatly folded sheaf of parchment from within her robe and placed it on the counter. Vaspian, that's right over by the path to the underworld. Message to Taranarsis then? Well, of course. Just listen to me babble. He laughed as he opened the paper. Of course to Taranarsis. Not likely you'd be writing to Swenheim. Sure thing, little lady. Coming right up. Oh, this is diplomatic. This is a diplomatic code. That's a priority then. Not that there's any waiting. Let's see. He turned his back and stepped 2 feet to the machinery that formed the base of the scroll tower. Teal and Shade both stepped up against the counter, craning their necks to watch. Off to one side was an enormous scroll of paper with a pen hovering over it, attached to a metal arm. Atop this assembly sat the tiny globe of a fairy light, no doubt an indicator, currently dark. The operator went to the station dexter, where his body blocked their view, but the shifting patterns of blue light lined him as he fed Shane's message into the device. Folk came up from Terrace about 4 years ago to put this here girl in, he said amiably as he wrote. Used to be, us scroll masters were trained in disciplined corps. Had to know our geography and the numeric code that the towers used to transmit. Nowadays, it's a scrying apparatus does it. Reads the message and parses it out into code and all. She's even smart enough to interpret your transmission code. Ain't that a hell of a thing? They got enchantment smarter people now. Soon enough, a monkey will be able to do this job. He turned back to face them with a smile. Behind, the tray in which he placed the letter continued to gleam, casting a shifting pattern of light onto the walls like the reflection of moonlight on water. Now, it'll take her just a minute or two to prolocate. I've got the old style interface for when things get busy. These old fingers are still nimble enough to get the job done faster than any mission. Oh, excuse my manners. I get used to knowing everybody in this town. Silas Craig, Imperial Scrollmaster, for whatever that's still worth. They introduced themselves, Shane with a formal bow to the grinning Scrollmaster. Pleasure to meet new faces. You all just started up at the school? Pretty sure I ain't seen you in town before. We did. Well, Missy, it's good to see you. Some folk are all head up about how fast things are changing. But I don't hold with that kind of bad thinking. Old Sirius remembers when we used to have troops at the entrance to Tarnarsis all the time. Big old ways, you ask me. Damn good thing to see people getting along. That's progress I can get behind. Ugh. Oh my god, I did not see that. Thank you, Poke and Lucy, for contributing to the challenge. 76%. Fuck. I guess I'm not gonna keep increasing the time anymore because that's gonna reach pretty soon. And I need to find a way to stream the game. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh, sorry. He turned to glance at. I hope I play it. Yeah, I mean, I will. It's more a matter of like whether I can stream playing it. Yeah, it's fun to watch. It's not fun to experience. It's not really that fun to watch either. I've seen like well, I've seen a lot of streamers play a lot of horror games. A lot of time I just jump and because of how my desk is. It's right here. My knees smack into my desk if I want to jump, like if I get scared, and that happens way too often. And as it is with how loud I've somehow made my alerts, I get jump scared by my own alerts. So if you like follow, sub, bits, raids, and hosts, all of those will just make me jump and slam my knees into the desk, especially if I'm not expecting them, like I am right now. So don't do them. Um, but yeah, they make me jump, and I'm like, yeah, I think this like clip someone took of me just having a heart attack when they I don't know, I can't remember what they did actually. I think it was a sub. uh, he turned to glance at the reader, which was still working. Damn thing takes forever, but they want me to use her unless it's too busy. Pencil jockeys into us. No idea how things work in a real office. Say, Missy, if it ain't an imposition, I wonder if you could settle an argument. Shane tilted her head curiously. I'll be glad to help if I can. Me and my nephew, he was in the army, used to be stationed at Waspian, because this was after the treaty. Me and my nephew Jonas have an disagreement about drow customs. He keeps trying to feed me this line about how drow women kill their men after they, you know, get with the business of making the next generation. That ain't so, is it? For the first time since Teal had met her, Shane seemed taken aback. That clip button ready? Oh god. That would be a recipe for population collapse. No, that is not our custom. A, a matriarchal culture does not pre-purpose institutional hostility towards males. Ha! Exactly what I told him, miss. Exactly what I told him. That's just beautiful. Finally I get to shut the little punk up. You just made my week. Happy to be of service. Shane said carefully. Teal bit down on both her lips, concentrating on restraining her laughter. Oop, there she goes. Message sent, no problems, and you're all set. He retrieved the letter and refolded it and handed it back to Shane. Anything else, little lady? That is all I require at present. Thank you. What do I owe you? He waved her off. Don't you worry about that, darling. It's on old Silas this time. Just my way of saying welcome to the Empire. I surely do hope you enjoy your stay. You're extremely kind, sir, she said, bowing again. Say, Teal chimed in, can you recommend a place in town where we can get some dinner? What's that? Buzz. Oh. Well, the Ale and Wenches does a lot of good business. It's pretty popular with the students. You can see it right outside the door, outside of the rail platform. Right. I heard about that one up at campus, she said, nodding slowly. How about any place a little quieter, maybe? Silas grinned broadly at her. Not much for carousing? Well, that's a good thing to hear, ma'am. Not saying all university kids are loud and destructive, of course. It really don't need to be said. His laugh was as a tenor bark like a seal's. Well, remember my nephew Jonas? He's a little numbnut sometimes, but a good kid. Runs the town saloon, keeps it quieter than the A&W, and they got pretty good food. Sounds perfect. You can get there easy enough. Ain't nothing hard to find in this town. Up the main street, toward the mountain, hang a left just past the barber shop. Head down a few doors and it'll be on your right. Can't miss it. The sign says saloon and hangs over the dang street, too low for a horse to walk under. Thank you again, Shane said with another bow. The sun had set while they were in the scroll tower office. Back on the street, Shane left her hood down, and though most of the townsfolk had cleared out indoors, those who remained frequently stopped and stared now. With the Narsin Treaty barely 10 years old, Drow weren't a common sight anywhere in the Empire, and their reputation as enemies of anyone who dwelt in the sunlight was a millennia old. Shane greeted anyone who gave her a look with a bow and one of her polite half smiles, and no one challenged him. But even so, Teal stayed close. Lost Rock might be an open-minded place for a frontier town, but one never knew. I confess to a measure of excitement at this prospect, said Shane, sounding no more excited than usual. The saloon is a fixture of our popular fiction about the Imperial frontier. I hope to visit one at least once during my stay on the surface. Really? You guys have popular fiction about the Empire? Have you never encountered popular fiction about Drow? Till winced. I actually own a couple novels. I figured they weren't very accurate. Those I've seen tended to be quite erotic. By this point, Teal's face was burning. I've heard that. Well, that is both an amusing irony and a basic fairness. Humans are often sexualized in my culture as well. We. Really? Our standards of beauty emphasize that which differentiates us from our paler surface cousins, Shane went on serenely, including muscularity and curvaceousness. Humans are more prone to growth than even we. There are other cultural factors at play, especially the universal allure of the exotic. It's a fascinating topic. I'll perhaps write a paper on it during my tenure at the university. I think I'd like to read that, Teal said wonderingly. Sad wonderingly. Everything was exactly where old Silas had said it would be. The alien wenches cast a glow of golden light and a babble of happy voices across the square fronting the rail platform, but they went nowhere near it. Finding the saloon was simple enough. Following his directions, just approaching it, they could tell it suited Teal's request for a quieter venue, though the cheerful sound of a slightly off-tuned piano trickled out from the swinging wooden doors. This time, Shane went in first, pushing the doors wide and stepped to one side once within to admit Teal. It was a clean and well-lit place, its furnishings slightly shabby but clearly cared for. The decor reflected the same sensibilities as a scroll tower office had, with mounted animal heads on the wall, and a full-size stuffed bear rearing in one corner opposite the piano. The patrons filled the room with a cheerful but muted babble, which faded upon Shane's entrance as he turned to stare at her. The two students found a table near the wall, by the bear, and slid into seats, already the murmur of conversation beginning to pick back up. A slender figure dodged nimbly around tables and patrons, sliding to a stop beside them. Hi there, ladies. What'll it be? What will it be? Teal had to force herself not to stare. The waitress was an elf. Aside from the fact that elves seldom chose to live in human towns, they were nearly always too prideful to take on any kind of servant work. This woman, furthermore, had black hair, which was a striking rarity. Ah! She glanced at Shane, who tilted his head slightly, indicating Teal should proceed. Just here for dinner. What's good? Good, mused the elf, as though this was a foreign concept to her. Now do you mean good by the standards of the fancy-eating imperial rich kids up at the university? Because I'm afraid we don't serve that here. Or what's good for someone treating themselves to a night out on a cobbler's wages? There's a whole spectrum of good to explore. Teal found herself relaxing. The woman had a somewhat cheeky attitude, but she herself was right in her element when it came to banter. Let me put it let me put this another way. What would you order? Ah, this one's got a mind. Well done. The elf smiled broadly at her, with a semblance of actual warmth. That sounds to me like a steak dinner with the works. However, you being strangers, there's an obligatory gold check before anything that pricey comes to the table. Shane reached into the folds of her robe, but Teal was faster, placing a small stack of imperial doubloons on the table. This being cattle country? Oh, country. This being cattle country, I can't imagine steak is too outlandish. Not nearly as outlandish as that, she's replied, nodding to the coins. Put those away. The losers around here can smell money. And to drink? I can't say I'd recommend the wine, but the beer's better than decent. Teal glanced at Shane questioningly. Tea, please, said the drow. Coming up. The elf pocketed a couple of coins before Teal retrieved the remainder of the stack. I'm Principia. I'm Principia. Sing out if you need anything. Just don't call me Scipia unless you want a surprise in the bottom of your glass. With that and a wink, she darted toward the door at the back of the common room. That, Shane mused, was an altogether unfamiliar experience. Doubtless local standards differ, but I'm very unaccustomed to hearing insults and threats from servants. She was a little mouthy, said Teal, but yeah, things are a little more relaxed around here. I suspect there was an element of elvish pride there. I'm honestly astonished to find one waiting tables. Though on the other hand, a waitress isn't exactly a servant as such. Her duty is to serve, is it not? Maybe I'm imposing my own perspective, Teal admitted. My family has servants. They're actually professionals with training, and would take a lot of pride in being attached long-term to one employer. Our butler would be pretty offended if I compared him to a saloon waitress. I see. I'm not alone in being out of my element, then. You're a little further out, maybe. Teal returned her companion's smile. But we can all stand to learn. That is always true. Principia returned, carrying a tray with a full tea service. The china was coarse and unadorned, but not chipped. Here we are, she said lightly, sliding it onto their table. The good part will be along presently. Say, are you two new this year? Yep, said Teal. Second day. Thought so. There's only one other drawer up there to my knowledge, and she lacks social graces. Nice to meet you both, she grinned and slid away again, this time to check on another table. Would you excuse me for a minute? Of course. She nodded. Of course. Thanks. Be right back. Teal slid from her seat and crossed over to the pianist, who was just finishing up a piece. He played with the exuberant imprecision of long practice and no particular talent. There was no applause when he finished, but similar music wasn't really intended to hold an audience's attention. As the man turned sideways on his stool to grab a tankard of beer that had been resting on a coaster atop the piano, she noted a striking resemblance to Silas Crane, right down to the sidelines. This might be the same man, 20 years younger, his bushy brown hair just beginning to go grey. This must be the nephew, Jonas. Evening, she said pleasantly. That's nice work. You have live music in here all the time? Well, not all the time, miss, he replied with an easy smile. These fingers can't go every minute a day, and I've got the bar to run too. But I like to play now and again, when I can. A personal touch. I like it, she said, matching his laid-back good humor. I have a guitar with me tonight. Would you mind if I played a song or two after dinner? Sure, as long as you don't mind, as long as you keep it clean and don't expect me to pay for the entertainment. Nah, it's just for the fun of it. And consider yourself on the program, Miss Faulkner, Teen Faulkner, Teal Faulkner. Thanks. I'll wander over after we eat. I've heard good things about the steak here. He smiled and nodded at her again, took a long pull of his drink, and turned back to the keys. She barely made it back to rejoin Shane before Prince reappeared, this time balancing another tray laden with steaming plates. Teal goggled at her as she slipped back into her chair. Wow, doesn't steak take time to cook? Everything takes time, my young learner, the elf intoned, sliding plates in front of each of them, then grinned. Things take less time when the owner of the establishment is obsessed with having all the latest magical doodads from Calderas in his kitchen. It was my impression, said Shane, that cooking times cannot be artificially accelerated without adversely affecting the product. Principal glanced to the left, then the right, lifting her head and checking that Jonas was absorbed with the piano. Then she leaned in close to them, one side of her mouth curling up in a mischievous smile. Can you keep a secret? Sure, said Teal wearily. Principia's smile widened into a grin. Me too! She straightened up and dusted off her hands. Enjoy your dinner, girls. Uh, I begin to see, said Shane, watching the waitress leave, why surface elves customarily avoid serving work. They seem ill-suited to it. She examined her silverware, then peered at Teal's, which she had already picked up. Oh, not what you're used to? I am accustomed to a single knife as an eating implement. Wow, that sounds messy. Potentially. I'm struck by the irony that your society and not mine, invented those portable items we had for lunch. On the other hand, we seldom have bread. Sandwiches? Yeah, those are handy. Here, just hold it like this. Don't worry about doing it wrong. It's just me here, and nobody else is watching. But there's clearly a customary way to do it. There are no meaningless rituals, no matter how small. From such things is culture built. Which is true. Dinner was pleasant. Teal scooted her chair closer to Shane's to show the droll how to handle the silverware, and managed not to laugh at the intensity with which she approached the task. It was like watching a child learning a subject for the first time. The conversation was more casual, and when they spoke, and chiefly about growing up in Tarnarsis and the Turan province, respectively. They really were from totally different worlds, so much so that it hardly seemed to either that sentient people could truly live as the other described. Long pauses were devoted simply to chewing, however. Shane had never had a steak before. She strongly approved. How are we doing? Principal asked, coming by their table as they were finishing up. Both girls were chewing at that moment, but Teal gave her a thumbs up, getting a grin in reply. Told you the steak was good here. Hey, I wonder if you could do me a favor. Teal sword. Maybe. What would that be? The elf dipped a hand into her apron pocket and pulled it out, closed. A gold chain dangled from her fist at both ends. You're freshman girls, so you'll be living with that new paladin, right? Trinity? Tricini, Teal corrected automatically. Teal corrected automatically. Yeah, she's an outbuilder. Tricini, right. Totally knew that. I was just testing you. She winked and unfolded her fingers. In her hand rested a gold necklace, a vase eagle symbol on a braided chain. I do a little side business in trinkets and charms, and, well, I guess you could say I'm a big fan. Can you give this to her, please? What kind of charms? Asked Shane. Oh, all kinds. Principal replied glibly. Minor enchantments. I'm not a wizard. You can't put much on a holy symbol, of course, beyond a simple brightening charm. Not that I would, anyway. You're an divinist? Teal said in surprise. The elf frowned at her. What? You aren't? Ave is the protector of all womankind. No exceptions for 20 years. I know, I've never heard of elves being... Teal swallowed and reached for the necklace. Yeah, sure. I can give this to Justine. I'm sure she'll appreciate the gesture. Prin? Called Jonas from across the room. I'm not paying you to stand around join with the customers. Whoops, the master calls. The waitress said with a roll of her eyes, then flashed Teal a brilliant smile. Thanks, doll. You're a peach. She whisked away to another table, whose occupants were calling for beer. Mistrust that girl, Shane said softly. Teal looked down at the necklace in her hand for a moment before tucking it into her pocket. She's probably harmless. Someone like Chris is bound to have admirers. Though I'm going to ask her how she feels about getting gifts for future reference. No point in making her uncomfortable. Indeed. Teal caught Jonas's eye. He grinned at her and nodded. Nodding back, she picked up her guitar case and rose. Well, wish me luck. You don't need it, replied her companion. But good luck. The proprietor cleared the way for Teal to sit herself on the piano stool. He patted her shoulder once, smiling, then strode off to the kitchen. Apparently, the younger Mr. Creek was a man of fewer words than his uncle. She pulled out her guitar, gently plucking at the strings and adjusting the pegs. It had been in tune earlier, but had been carried down a mountain since then. Hey, Ox! Check this out, called the reading man at the table nearest her. A college student with a guitar, who wonders ever sees. He leaned one arm over the back of his chair, grinning at Teal. How about we make a bet, darling? If we ain't already heard all three of the chords, drinks are on me tonight. Oh my god. Okay, so apparently when people contribute to the challenge, my phone doesn't say anything. So I've been wondering why no one was saying things, but actually people were contributing. I'm sorry. Thank you, Sloth and Geist, for contributing to the I'm Gonna Cry challenge. I am gonna cry when I do eventually play that game. Outlast. 79%, Jesus Christ. Y'all need to chill. No bet, she replied. Her fingers lightly fell on the strings, and the guitar sang. A soft waterfall of notes poured forth, growing in volume and speed and climbing back up the scale, twirling about each other in a playful dance that distracted from their utter precision. Teal brought the sequence to a close with a relatively simple arpeggio. Arpeggio? Then winked at the man, who was now gaping at her. I'd hate to take your money. Then she began to truly play, and sang. It was a love song, but barely. She sang of a life that was peaceful, and in order, suddenly upended by the arrival of a beautiful, beloved enemy, of the confusion of passion and frustration, of coming together and breaking apart until nobody knew where they stood. The song wove a bittersweet story of beauty and pain. The guitar added its coppery voice, and all throughout the saloon silence fell, as every patron stopped their drinking and sat fixedly at the bar, many with mouths open. Principia leaned against the far wall, watching with a wistful smile. Jonas and the portly cook both leaned out from the kitchen. Shane straightened till she was barely still seated, her gaze fixed on Teal with an intensity she had never shown in class. No one could have said how long it went on. Time stopped having any meaning. 3 more people arrived while Teal sang, but they didn't make it any farther inside the door, immediately transfixed by the music. As long as the song lived, they were her prisoners. Teal never noticed, never looked up to see. Her eyes were closed, her entire being wrapped around the guitar, coaxing the river of music from its strings. And then it ended. The song came to a predictable end, as good songs do. The notes of accompaniment winding to a conclusion for a few seconds after the word stopped, and ending on a tonic chord. But still, the audience leaned back as one at the severance of the invisible chains binding them in place. A tiny exhalation occurred across the room as dozens of people in unison let out the smallest breath, each too soft to have been heard in isolation. For a moment, silence reigned. Then someone cleared his throat roughly and began. That was Heathens! The swinging doors burst open to admit a stooped figure in a severe black gown, leaning on 2 canes, her wizened old face contorted with rage. Evening, Miss Cratchley? Evening, Miss Cratchley. You should every last one of you be ashamed, the good old woman screeched. Carousing and drinking and listening to devil music? This used to be a good town, a town that feared the gods. Then she came. Now there's poison in the streets, and honest human folks who can't say they don't know better have heads full of evil elvish ideas, and would rather spend their nights in a saloon than a chapel. Oh, brother, said Principia, just loud enough to be clearly audible. Teal, taking advantage of the distraction, quickly bent to put away her guitar. And you, Miss Cratchley shrieked, pointing a cane at Prin, who stuck out her tongue in reply. Shameless slattern, walking filth, corrupting the young of this town? You and all the deviants and lunatics up there on the hill, pouring down their poison like sewage. What is that? Her voice rose to a thin scream of rage as she caught sight of Shane. Now, Mabel, said Jonas, striding towards her with his arms open. You seem tired. Maybe it's time to head home and... Don't you dare to touch me, Jonas, creep. Not when you've opened your doors to the demons of hell itself. Several of the locals stood up in alarm. Mabel Cratchley had actually begun to foam at the mouth, her eyes rolling wildly as she ranted. Monsters and wizards and the forces of evil walk among us. Among us? You'll see what happens to a town that turns its back on the gods. You'll see! She flailed ferociously with both canes swinging in place. A great doom is coming, and woe to all who fail to repent. A great doom! Then Shane was there, having slipped nimbly through the crowd. At her sudden approach, Miss Cratchley drew in a deep breath to unleash a bellow, her face twisting in incoherent rage. Before she could finish, Shane reached out and touched her lightly between the eyes with a fingertip. Mabel Cratchley crumpled like a paper doll. Shane dived forward and caught her before she could hit the floor and eased her the rest of the way down, showing surprising strength for someone so diminutive. Gingerly letting the old woman's head come to rest on the floorboards, she placed a slate gray hand over Mabel's forehead and closed her own eyes in concentration. Men rose to their feet on all sides and crowded around. I find no physical ailment, the droid said, beyond the stretches of age. However, I am not as familiar with human anatomy, and problems in the mind are difficult to diagnose at best. Is this normal behavior? No, rumbled the huge man in a faded old Imperial Army coat. Miss Cratchley is a lady of strong opinions, but I've never seen her get like that. Never. Here now, someone said near the back. What's a dark elf done to her? We oughta. You shut the hell up, Wilson, Mr. Crate snapped. The elves just saved her from probably busting her own heart, and we all know it. Ain't nobody got time for your troublemaking. Tommy, run quick and fetch Dr. Arcus. And Prin, you go get Father Laws and the sheriff. I'm an errand girl now? Principian muttered, but did so while moving. In seconds, she was out the door, right on the heels of the boy who had exited at Jones's first command. Is there... I mean, can we help at all? Teal asked worriedly. She had worked her way around to the door and managed to squeeze in next to Shane. Let's leave this to the professionals now, Jonas replied, scratching his head. He nodded respectfully to Shane. You stopped her from doing herself real harm then, miss, and I appreciate that. But I think now we need to give her some space till the dog gets here. That means y'all. Everybody move back. Let the woman breathe. Grumbling, the crowd shuffled back from the fallen old woman. Only Mr. Creed staying close to watch over him. Maybe we should just... Teal trade off. But Shane nodded to her and slipped through the swinging doors. The huge man in the army coat came out right behind them. In the dimness of the moonlit street, his enormous mustache and bushy eyebrows made his size even more intimidating. Ladies, he said, nodding respectfully to them, if you don't mind, I'll feel better if you allowed me to walk you back to the stairs. You know what concerns me, ma'am. On average, he said, on average, one of you university kids is worth at least 4 drunk galoots in a scrap. But if it should happen that you need to look after yourselves, there'll be real trouble after that. The kind that don't go away as long as anybody's left alive to remember it. Nobody in this town will have a go at you if I come with. The girls exchanged a look. Yeah, Theo said at last. We'd appreciate the company. He nodded and fell in alongside them, and they headed up the street. How likely is it that there will be real trouble, do you think? Asked Shane. Not very likely at all, he replied. This here is a good town, full of good people. Folks are more familiar with the outlandish than the average rhino frontiersman. Besides, you did a good turn for Miss Cratchley, when nobody would have blamed you for just letting her bust her own heart, and that's what most in the room would remember. He snorted, rather like a bull, causing his huge mustache to flutter. But it only takes one idiot to wreck the peace for everybody. I learned that in the army. If a given outcome is bad enough, you plan for it, no matter how unlikely it is to happen. That is a wise policy, Shane said approvingly. He nodded. I'm Ox Whipperpool, by the way, and pleased to make your acquaintance. I hope this don't put you off visiting in town. Oh, don't worry about that, said Teal, having regained most of equilibrium. Like you said, it only takes one. And there's a few like that in every town. It doesn't pay to let them upset you. Well said, miss, well said. They had kept a brisk pace. Ox didn't rush, but the easy reach of his enormous legs had them both making quick steps. In just a few minutes, they had reached the end of town, and the abrupt beginning of the steps up the mountain. He turned to face them and took the brim of his hat to Teal. Ma'am, I surely did enjoy your singing. I never heard nothing like it before, and I got to see the opera in Paris once. I do hope you come play for us again sometime. I'd love to, she said, unable to suppress a grin of pleasure. He tugged his hat again to Shane, receiving a bow in return. Night, ladies. You have a safe trip home. They had ascended almost to the height of the scroll tower before Shane spoke. Their song. It's the strangest thing, but I cannot recall any of the lyrics. Shane stumbled over a step, clutching her guitar case protectively against her body before regaining her balance. Then she sighed and continued trudging upward, not meeting her companion's questioning gaze. There weren't any lyrics, Shane. I was humming. The dark elf's eternally calm facade grew considerably more intent, the closest Teal had seen to a frown on her. I was certain that told the story. Now that I recall, I'm not sure why. I didn't mean to. She drew back her head, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly, and said, "Her name's Verindy. Verindy. Verindy? Verindy? Verini. Vadrieni. Vadrieni. My partner. She has a kind of voice magic, really. Really the only magic she can use. Sometimes, when I play, it sort of seeps out. I don't do that on purpose. I think it's cheating. A bard should be able to move an audience with the sheer power of the music itself, or nothing at all. But we're still working out how to exist together, and things like that sometimes happen. I can't control it. The only way to control the effect would be for me to let her take over completely, which is probably not a good spectacle to show a saloon full of fuck. Which is probably not a good spectacle to show a saloon full of cowboys. Shane nodded. I understand that. Thank you. But after a dozen more steps, Teal spoke again, very softly. Thank you too, for not digging. Shane turned her head and smiled. And this time there was no doubt at all of the genuine feeling behind it. You'll speak of it when you choose to. There's no hurry. They climbed the rest of the way in comfortable silence. Alright, before chapter 11, which I do plan to do today, we're going to go for a little break. 79%, Jesus Christ. We're going for a little break. I want to just go to the toilet for a second. Get a bit more water, because I've already almost completed this one. And I'll be right back, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else to say, but there's nothing much, so I'm just stalling a bit of time, and then I'm going to start music. And I'll see you all in a couple minutes.
take 3 steps back, 'cause I'm headed for the fall. And I miss your voice, but the sound I can't recall. But do you hear me now? 'Cause I've been screaming my lungs out. I can't stay still, I'm coming home. So take what you will, but don't leave me alone. And time's left me so exhausted, but I won't stop until it starts to show. The time has passed, I guess you're never gonna call. And I realize that I wasn't there for you at all. But do you hear me now? 'Cause I've been screaming my lungs out.
Hello. Everything home. Leave me alone. Times left me so exhausted, but I won't stop until it starts to show. Da, 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 da. Some more? Ooh. Don't say you, I can't hold on. Ba da ba ba ba. So how's everyone? If people are still here. Yeah. We can start soon, but not yet. My neck. Gotta wait for a couple seconds so that the if there is any muting in the VOD, it just goes away. But yeah, how's anyone doing? If anyone's here, and if not, thank you for lurking. Yeah, thank you for so far. Thank you. Who has contributed so far? Where's the first one? Thank you, Solar, Skepsy, Poke, Lucy, Guest, and Little Sloth for contributing points to the I'm Gonna Cry challenge. That challenge is for me playing Far Cry. Not Far Cry. Why did I say Far Cry? For me playing Outlast 2, I believe. On stream. Actually, let me double check that if it is 2. Which was gifted to me by the lovely Falsey. Or I should say the Dick Falsey, because I will scream for this game and I will cry for this game because I'm a little baby bitch. Uh, where is Outlast? There we go. It's the first Outlast, it's not even the second. Fuck me. Fuck me. Well, the good thing is there are only 14 achievements, so it's probably not going to be that long. Right? Still gonna be fucking scared as shit, but you know, it's not that scary, right? Right? That's how that works. Oh well. Now that I open Steam, I have to go through Steam notifications. Oh wow, there's quite a few things that are cheaper. Ooh, Beyond the Wire is free. I'll play for free, never mind. There's some cool games in here. Black Desert Online. Transfer account before it's deleted on May 31st. Oh dear, I should do that. Except I don't think I ever will, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, can see Eros and a friend are playing stuff. Actually, you can see a lot of friends are playing things. Ooh, boy. There's a lot more people than I thought. Oh well. Time to close Steam so it doesn't lag everything. And I think we can get back to reading. Thank you all for the short break of me going to piss. But this is chapter 11, and I think we will end it with this chapter today. Because I've already been live for 3 hours, and I'm slightly on the tired side. A black-haired elf? Chissy studied the necklace lying in her palm as she walked. It was not hard to identify, and not merely because a vase eagle symbol had been an omnipresent part of her life since birth. She distinctly remembered the pushy elf who had tried to give her this item right as she stepped off the caravan into Last Road. Yeah, said Teal, walking along beside her. She had stuck her hands in the pockets of her coat, immediately after giving Tracy the necklace, as though glad to be rid of it, and worried it would be handed back. She's a waitress at the saloon in town. Said she moonlights as an enchanter. Um, I'm blanking on the name. It was one of those polysyllabic Elvish monikers. Principia, Shane supplied from Teal's other side. And I believe it's actually Old Tanglish. It comes from no branch of Elvish with which I'm familiar. Sorry, Teal with a wince. Shane touched her lightly on the shoulder, earning a smile in return. I remember her. Tristan carefully tucked the necklace into one of her belt pouches. She'd put it away somewhere when they were back at the tower. She did not wear jewelry. She tried to give me this the other day when I first got to town. The hair is distinctive. Shane and Theo exchanged a glance. Really? Said that bar. Because she seemed to have trouble remembering your name. She knew my name well enough when we met in person, Tristan said slowly. Small deception, said Shane. Merely an attempt to underplay the degree of her interest in you to avoid raising our concern. A person of upright motives has no need for such tricks. It might be prudent to have the item examined by someone schooled in enchantment. I think you're right. The necklace suddenly seemed to weigh more heavily at her belt. Thanks, dear, Shane. I'd have brought it up last night, but we got back late-ish. Your door was closed. No worries. This clearly wasn't urgent. Tristan smiled at her, before turning her attention towards the path, mulling the matter of Principia and the necklace over in her mind. The freshmen straggled toward their Tuesday morning class in a broken line. Tobias brought up the rear, close enough to have heard their conversation, but he offered no comment. Tristan resisted the urge to turn back and see if she could read anything from his expression. Ahead of them, Gabriel strolled along between Ruda and Juniper, flirting unabashedly with both. Tristan was not well schooled in such interactions, but even she could tell that Ruda was egging him on for her own. The girl was increasingly difficult to like. Juniper was hard to read. She clearly enjoyed the attention, but at different times she had displayed startling insights into what people were thinking, in complete obliviousness to things others found obvious. It wasn't clear whether Gabe was getting anywhere with her. Frost flitted about excitedly, shooting ahead, then coming back to rejoin them, bobbing impatiently at a slow bipedal pace. She appeared never to stop talking, though the thread of her speech was often inaudible as she wandered out of range. Ronald Hall was on the second lowest terrace, just above the library. For whatever reason, it was a battlemented structure clearly modeled after a medieval barracks, flying the university's banner from each of the four squat towers, which stood at each corner. Tristan felt a wave of mingled comfort and homesickness as they approached. The obviously militaristic art style was a reminder of where she came from. The wide academic sciences building had such styling was beyond her. Knowing what she did of Professor Owen, she was willing to believe that a lot of things on this campus had no purpose whatsoever. She was looking forward to this class. The professor's name wasn't on her schedule, but if Rafi had some kind of vendetta against him, he must have at least some redeeming value. Gabe darted ahead to open the door and hold it for the girls, bowing grandly to each as they passed, and receiving a mixture of flirtatious and polite responses. Teal ruffled his hair, while Trissini glared at him. He winked in response to that, and Toby had to ward off a likely confrontation by gently pushing her into the building. The room on the foyer looked appropriate to the exterior of the building, and totally unlike the other interiors they'd seen on campus, with well wood floors and stone walls decorated by weapons and shields, all of which had clearly seen active duty. Directly across from the entrance was the main auditorium. A note beside the doors informed them that this was where the freshman introduction to alchemy class would be held. They proceeded in the same order in which they entered, except with Gabriel in the rear this time, but quickly became bottlenecked in the door. Juniper and Frost wandered right in, seeing nothing amiss, but Rudolph stopped in the doorway gaping. Tristani did the same beside her. Is there a problem? Teal finally asked. Wordlessly departed, allowing the others to enter. This room looked more academic in design, and out of place in the roughness of Ronald Hall. Much like Telrin's history classroom, rows of desks descended towards the dais at the bottom level opposite their entrance, accessed by doors on either end. Various alchemy paraphernalia was scattered about this and along the edges of the auditorium, though nobody gave it more than a cursory glance. Everyone was staring at the mural. It covered the entire huge wall beyond the desk. Oh shit! Never mind, guys. Those who didn't hear Professor Rafi are about to hear Professor Rafi. After a nearly full minute of silent contemplation, Teal finally spoke. Is everyone else seeing what I'm saying? Shane descended the steps gracefully to study the vast painting up close. It appears to depict Professor Rafi. She tilted her head slowly, shirtless, playing a lute and kicking a rearing dragon between the legs, framed by lightning bolts. This is very good work. The brushstrokes are exquisitely precise. I think dragons are bigger than that, Teal said weakly. Also, added Shane with the same unaffable calm, they don't keep their genitalia in the same place as bipeds. I suspect this depicts an entirely fictional scene. Gabriel snorted. You think? I thought Professor Rafi hated the guy who teaches this class, said Rhoda, idly sipping from a bottle of vodka. Maybe he snuck in here to prank the classroom, said Toby. The effort involved would have been extraordinary, Shane replied, returning to the group. As I said, though the subject matter is trite and the composition uninspired, the mural is a masterpiece in terms of technique. It would have taken considerable time and effort. She was interrupted by one of the lower doors flying open with such force that it rebounded off the opposite wall, its inset glass panel shattering. Professor Rafi himself burst onto the dais, flinging an arm outward melodramatically. Behold! You've got to be shitting me, said Gabriel. Frost almost fell out of the air in shock. I have to what? Fortunately, Rafi missed this exchange, having turned to regard the damage caused by his entrance. Oh, bugger. That's the third door this year. Archne's going to throw me off the astronomy tower again. Ah well. With a shrug, he tossed his head, sending his golden hair sailing about, and strode to the center of the dais. Strode toward the center of the dais. It's only to be expected. No mere edifice is up to the task of containing my glory! So declaring, he slammed his armful of books down on the lectern and grinned maniacally up at him. Dude, said Gabe, are you on the shrooms? Doubtless, Ruffy intoned. You ducklings are curious about yesterday's encounter in the greenhouse. I have it on good authority that that dastardly oaf, Professor Rafi, has been filling your heads with comeliness and lies about my fitness to hold this post. I think you will find, my children, that it is he and not I whose incompetence and moral turpitude will result in his expulsion from this fine seat of higher learning. It's only a matter of time. What the fuck is wrong with you? Ruda demanded. Tell it like it is, Panachi, He crowed, pumping a fist in the air. 10 points extra credit. Anyway, it's quite simple. Academic rivalries are all part of the faculty experience at any fine university. You can't be taken seriously down in the faculty lounge, unless someone else there hates your guts and spends their free time plotting against you. But woe is unto me, for there are none who dare stand against the magnificence that is Professor Raphael. He shrugged nonchalantly, beginning to leaf through one of the textbooks he deposited on the lectern. But be not dismayed on my behalf, children, for such is my versatility and vigor that I, in addition to teaching multiple disciplines, am able to serve as my own greatest rival. Thus, you shall soon behold the inevitable triumph of the glorious Professor Ruffy over the nefarious and cowardly Professor Ruffy. I will say it again, Gritter repeated. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking love Professor Ruffy. Alright, that's enough folderol. Alright, that's enough folderol, kids. Butts in seats, we're here to learn. Anybody who wants to hear me wax political about how awesome I am, my office hours are clearly posted. Now then, he went on as he trickled into chairs, still staring at him as Askance? Askance? Still staring at him, Askance. In this class, we will explore the exacting art of alchemy, the wondrous wizardry whereby the simplest of substances become the most magical of mixtures. Alchemy has practical potential that rivals that of conventional magic, but is far more logically organized and has a somewhat lesser chance of accidentally ending the world or teleporting yourself to the moon. We shall pursue an aggressive curriculum here. By the end of the quarter, I fully expect you to be able to poison each of your classmates, and also to prevent your classmates from doing the same to you. By the way, and while we are on the subject, no spoilers, but he leaned over the lectern, grinning insanely. Guess what your semi-final is? Trissini repressed a groan. The rest of her classmates sat in stupefied silence. She really was starting to hate this place. Ah, fucking Professor Ruffy's so good. So good. They were still dazed and quiet an hour and a half later. In front of Ronald Hall was a pleasant little garden-like area, a round patch of tall grass and wildflowers that looked as if it had been lifted directly from the golden sea below, ringed by a circular path from which other paths branched off to other parts of the campus. Oh, that's a weird sentence. A few benches were placed around the perimeter. The 8 freshmen came to a stop out of sheer lack of momentum, straggling to a halt once they were safely clear of the hall. Even Frost appeared subdued, fluttering around Juniper's head. Teal flopped on her back on one of the benches and covered her eyes with an arm. "How's your stomach?" Shane asked solicitously, perching beside her head at the very edge of the bench. "Better," the young bard grunted. "Should be fine in a bit, hopefully." Ruda gave up on adjusting her hat and tossed it into the grass, growling. Her hair was still bright blue, but true to Rafi's word, the color was starting to recede. The roots already returned to her normal lustrous black. "Okay, yesterday I was at least half kidding around. But seriously, now, are they actually trying to kill us?" "My theory is this is all some kind of test," said Toby, scratching his enormous beard. "According to Rafi, it would fall out overnight. It would fit with what we've seen so far, and what I know of Professor Telmering from other sources. I don't think the Unseen University is the kind of place where they ease you in." Hopefully things will calm down once we've proved we can handle the pressure. You're assuming we'll prove we can handle the pressure, grumbled Gabriel, flopping down in another bench and cradling his burned hand. Is that the same one Izaniel made you hit the tree with? Said Juniper, sitting next to him. He grunted. Yeah, about that. Next time a professor orders me to do something retarded, somebody please remind me to pretend I am left-handed. Trissini seated herself slowly on his other side, frowning at top. Class had been a whirlwind of demonstrations, most of which were interesting, and some actually entertaining. But Ruffy had certainly not taken it easy on them. Only she and the two Fae were free of lingering side effects. They appeared to be naturally resistant to alchemy, and she had flatly refused to participate, going so far as to reach for her blade after Gabriel had tested the burn in a bottle to demonstrate the properties of faked wounds. Rafi had given her an F for participation, then awarded her sufficient extra credit for defiance that she was now, as he had not hesitated to tell everyone, setting the curve for the class. This is too chaotic, she said. Abuse for a purpose is patterned. Patterned. Is patterned. Rafi is a lunatic, and Telrin herself doesn't seem too stable. This may all be some kind of sick test, but if so, I think it's just because the inmates are running the asylum. And I can't believe I'm saying it, with Stabby on this one, said Rita. Thanks, said Tristan sourly. Got your back, babe. Hang on to your britches, kids. Our day's about to get even better, said Gabriel. Everyone looked up at him, then followed his gaze. The drow with the dyed mohawk was striding up the path toward them. Behind her trailed Chase, the blond human boy they had met the previous day, carrying a stack of books, probably including hers. He appeared to be trying to engage his companion in conversation, but Nachua was visibly fixated on the freshman class, wearing a gleefully intent expression. Shane rose smoothly, gliding forward to place herself at the center of the group. The other drow would have to step between Toby and Frost to reach her. Indeed, Nacho seemed intent on her specifically, but she stopped short of surrounding herself. Chase had trailed off talking as they came within earshot, and was now watching everyone with the eager expression of someone who had bought a ticket for a boxing match. Can we not, please? Said Toby. We've just had a rather... Yeah, I bet you've had a rather... Not sure, smirked. First class with Rafi, huh? Second, he said. Ah, then you found out about his multiple academic personality. She grinned and he relaxed slightly. Her bearing was still aggressive, but it was a positive sign that she didn't launch right into threats and insults. Is he actually as crazy as he acts? Kid, nobody is as crazy as Admetus Rafi acts. Nobody who can put on their own pants and doesn't drool when they're awake. He's definitely not all there, though. My theory is, he tried to play the part of the madman for whatever reason, and lost himself in the role somewhere. My theory is Torin tortures him regularly, Chase piped up. Whips, chains, dripping water. Actually, she's probably got a better setup than that. Wonder if she takes bookings? You goslings have barely seen the tip of the iceberg, Nacho said with visible relish, grinning at them all in a way that was startlingly reminiscent of Telrin herself. Still feeling good about coming to the grand and glorious unseen university? Is there some reason you need to be a bitch about it? Said Gabriel. Do you have a condition or something? She actually laughed at him, loudly. Boy, if anything if I've said gets on your skin, you won't last a week here. The professors alone will eat you alive. You especially. She turned a wolfish grin directly on Shane. Are you feeling homesick for your fancy manor and army of servants? I would ordinarily not presume to correct any person's manners in public, Shane replied calmly. But your lack of decorum reflects poorly on us all. That's just priceless. Decorum, she says. She stepped forward. Toby eased closer himself, but Nacho didn't move within arm's reach of Shane, though she lowered her voice to a sneering hiss. Maybe a rich Narcian kid can afford to care about decorum, but you're not there anymore. The surface is like the deep dark, little one. Eat or be eaten. She snorted and turned her back. We can discuss it further if you ever decide to correct my manners yourself. As if you have the spine. That has already been seen to, Shane said evenly. I told your mother. There came a sharp indrawing of breath, followed by utter silence. Nacho froze. Chase looked like his birthday presents had all arrived early. Fucking Chase. Few on the surface world understood Narcian culture in any detail, but it was common knowledge that Drow in general were matrical. Oh my god, why am I having trouble with that? Matrical. It wasn't reach from there to conclude that using the M word was the first step to a fight. What? Nacho said softly. Did you say about my mother? I contacted her, Shane replied, then tilted her head. Do you truly not recognize me? Nacho just glared at her. Nostrils flared, and she let out a soft sigh of regret. I see. That being the case, I am truly sorry for my actions. I would have preferred to stay out of your business, but as your logical next move in protecting your chariot would be to contact Tarnarsis and cast aspirations on my character to undercut my credibility, I deemed it necessary to report your actions to your house immediately, as a matter of self-preservation. If I have done you harm for no reason, I deeply apologize. She bowed from the waist, which was a mistake. It meant she wasn't looking when Nacho let out a feral scream and lunged for her. Somehow, instantly, Tristany was in between them, catching the charging Drow's weight on her shield and throwing her back, hard enough to send her tumbling to the ground, knocking Chase aside in the process. Nacho yelped, having landed hard on her tailbone, and glared pure hatred up at the paladin. Don't, Tristany said firmly. The fallen Drow scrambled awkwardly to her feet, bouncing her fists and falling into a combative stance. Do not. Okay. Do not! Tristany's voice cracked like a whip. She gripped the hilt of her sword. Nacho drew in a long hissing breath to her tree, then abruptly spun and dashed away back on the path. Evidently, dark elves could not move as quickly as the surface-dwelling cousins. She was out of sight in 2 heartbeats. Could move as quickly as the surface-dwelling cousins. Oh boy, said Chase, running his hand through his hair. That isn't good. You've made her back off twice now. In public, no less. Next time she's gonna go right for somebody's jugular. Despite his ominous words, his face beamed with the glee of a child in a toy store. How did he get over there so fast? Gabriel demanded. Seconds before, Tristany had been sitting beside him on the bench. It's what I do, she replied, still watching the path down which Nacho had vanished as she slung her shield on her back. Let me see if I got this straight, Chase went on, still grinning madly. You're telling that Nacho, the deep, dark Drow from below, is from the same effete civilized culture that produced you? She's my cousin, said Shane evenly. Our houses have been allied for generations. We were never close, and in fact, have met only a handful of times. But I'm frankly surprised that she failed to recognize me. Oh, but this is just too. I can't even. Chase dragged a hand across his face as if trying to scrub away that grin. It didn't work. This whole act she's been putting on for the last year? Gods on bicycles, I have no words. I did not presume to understand Naturo's motivations, she had said, a hint of sharpness in her voice now. But the kind and respectful thing a friend would do is leave the matter alone until you know her intentions. Oh, of course, surely, he bent and gathered up his Dropbox. His grin was, if anything, broader now. If you guys will excuse me, I have to go and not tell every single person I know about this. Chase strode off, whistling, down the path in a different direction from that which Noah had taken. The 8 freshmen watched in silence until he vanished down the staircase into the lower level. I I want to say I'm confused. I want to say confused, but the word isn't quite confused sounding enough," said Frost. "So that guy fits in pretty well around here," said Gabriel. "By which I mean he's a dick." "I truly did not intend to cause her grief." The merest hint of distress was audible in Shane's voice, all the more startling because she was ordinarily so composed. "You're protecting yourself," Teal assured her, "and it sounds like your reasoning was solid. I don't really know enough about your culture to guess how much trouble this will mean for her, but potentially a great deal," she was saying. "Her mother will in all likelihood recall her to Tarnassus. What awaits her there will depend on her house's traditions, but I cannot imagine it being gentle." "Really?" asked Gabriel. "I mean, sure, she's a mean-spirited little piece, but that doesn't seem so bad. People go off to college and reinvent themselves. It's almost expected. The expectations of my people are very different. We have lived for millennia scrounging the barest survival from the rocks of the underworld, of the underland. Those who will not contribute to the best of their ability are not accorded a share of the resources needed for survival. And those who turn against home are dealt with harshly, of necessity. Such behavior cannot be allowed to spread. To come here, in imperial territory, and deny association with a house and city. Yeah, I get that it's rude, at minimum. It's just, it seems like a pretty harmless sort of rebellion. The concept of adolescent rebellion is fairly unique to human societies, and not all of those, Saint shed, a hint of sorrow hanging in her voice. I gather that a human who disgraces her family is not placed in a spider box. There was a moment's silence. "Okay," said Gabriel finally. "I'll buy it. What is a Exactly what it sounds like." Trissini Zoe returned and retook her seat next to him, her head swelling with commentary that she was determined not to make. She had put her foot in her mouth plenty of times already. The ways of Shane's people sounded harsh, but if their existence was as grim as all that, perhaps they had their reasons. On the other hand, Tarnarsis had become positive verdant since their imperial treaty. On a third hand, she could manage little sympathy for Natra. Trissini had been raised in mounted to a barracks. She never lacked for love and care, but had also never lacked for discipline, and associated the shrinking of one's duties with the worst kind of fundamental weakness of character. Gabriel was still absently rubbing the reddened burn on his hand. Here, she said, reaching over to take it. He looked up at her in puzzlement. Then his eyes widened. Oh, wait, don't! She had already grasped his hand between both of hers and concentrated. The warm, familiar glow of the divine grew around her. A burst of acid smoke rose from Gabriel's hand. He shrieked in agony, jerking away from her and tumbling over backward off the bench, and incidentally clocking Juniper in the face with his knee on the way down, which didn't cross the draft to so much as blink. She, like everyone else, was staring down at Gabriel where he lay, panting and clutching his hand. What? I don't. I'm sorry, Tristan sputtered. I was trying to help. That's never happened before. Move. Toby brushed past her, and her heart plummeted still further at his curt command. She'd never heard him speak with anything but kindness. He knelt beside Gabriel, gently forcing him to relinquish his grip. The hell did you do? Rhoda demanded. It was just holy light, Tristan exclaimed, near tears. It's a simple healing spell. Juniper, do you know any healing? Toby asked sharply. Anything non-divine? I mean, I've never tried. Basic life magic is supposed to heal wounds, though. Could it hurt him? Don't see how. She knelt beside him. Toby had coaxed Gabe to a seated position. Tristan stared down at them, shocked and confused. Teal had approached and placed a hand on her shoulder. Zarda was saying something snippy again. She was barely aware of either of them. The light of the gods healed. There was no reason it should cause pain to anyone. Had she done it wrong? Could she do it wrong? The power wasn't hers, but channeled directly from away. What would have to be wrong with her to make it come out so horribly backward? All at once, the hints clicked into place in her mind. Telrin had all but spelled it out in class yesterday, but she'd been too obtuse to follow the reasoning through. There was one obvious and simple explanation. There was one type of being always struck down by the power of the divine. Dracini grabbed her sword, shaking herself free of Teal, and a glow sprang up along the scabbard before she even pulled it free. Demon. I didn't expect us to get through this part already. I'm slightly surprised. The infirmary was built at the very edge of the platoon. Its east wall was the east wall of the university itself, and the tall windows in it opened directly over a nauseating drop. The view was stunning, though. It was a long room, wide enough to hold a row of beds along each wall, with an ample aisle between them. The beds and nightstands were clearly handmade, elaborately carved of a strangely glossy, whitish-yellow wood that Tristany only realized after careful examination was actually brown. Dream catchers hung over the head of each bed, every one unique, and on a long counter on the far wall were a number of elven ritual tools that she could recognize from illustrations, but did not know the purpose of. The infirmary matron back at the abbey had bustled about briskly, often humming to herself. She was a comforting memory. The university's healer was somewhat eerie by comparison. She was a plains elf, with hair a shade of blonde that was nearly white, and ears which protruded more from the sides of her head than Professor Telrance. Miss Sunrunner, as she had introduced herself, wore a simple dress of leather, bleached nearly as light as her hair. I dyed at the cuffs, hem, and neckline with organic patterns in green and pale yellow. She moved gracefully in near total silence, which was disconcerting and left the students most, which was disconcerting, and left the students mostly to stew in their own awkwardness. Gabriel and Ruda were both unhappy at being confined to beds. Tristany privately agreed that his burned hand and her black eye did not require lying down, but Miss Sunrunner had been adamant as to how her patients were treated. Tristany herself sat on another bed, alongside Toby, who hadn't spoken to her since the drama outside of Rowan Hall. She had mostly avoided looking at him. The sheer weariness on his face, when she did, made her feel horribly guilty. Frost buzzed around in obvious agitation, but Alicia had finally stopped chattering. Long before that point, her speech had gone so fast and high-pitched that no one could pick out any actual words. It was almost a relief when Professor Twelverin herself breezed into the room, though her presence almost certainly heralded though her presence almost certainly heralded some administrative retaliation for them all. Brawling on university property was not an activity approved by the student handbook. Congratulations, Punaji, she said lightly, moving down the aisle with a casual, strong gait that somehow propelled her as fast as most humans could run. First punishment of the academic year. What? Ruda squawked, jerking upright and ignoring Miss Sunrunner's pointed throat clearing. Me? That's a lot of... She started it! She pointed an accusing finger at Tristany. Ah, yes. The battle cry of mature adults everywhere, Tristany said dryly. Here's a bit of useful knowledge for you kids. The lines on this campus are carefully adjusted to suit my needs, which includes crying. This morning's events having been recent enough, I was able to get Professor Yornhall to show me a full replay on his crystal ball. He was so disappointed at having to do such a thing this early in the semester, the poor dear. I wish you could have seen those big puppy eyes he does so well. I'll show you, but I can't really pull it off. I'm told it makes me look homicidally insane. Which differs in what way from the norm? Gabriel asked the ceiling without raising his head. Glad you're feeling better, Tom replied. In any case, here's what I saw go down out there. Miss Avella, Miss. Shut up! Alvela here found out about Mr. Arquin's little family secret and reacted exactly the way I would expect a paladin to do, by flaring up and glowing for her blade. See? Ruda screeched. The next person who interrupts me is going to find themselves with a good reason to be in the infirmary. There will be no threats of violence here, Miss Sunrunner said firmly. Talrin heaved a sigh and shoved the spectacles up the bridge of her nose. As I was saying, Tristany then allowed herself to be persuaded to stand down by the intervention of Kane and Falconer. Since she is notably not attempting to murder Arquin in his bed, she has clearly come around to the understanding that a person with a human soul who has clearly done no harm, as is allowed to run around freely and attend college, is not someone she has to put down, which is also how paladins usually react to long, violent demon bloods, once they get over the initial shock. Despite her general stuck-up narrow-mindedness and trigger-happy ignorance, excuse me? Tristany all but shouted. You are in this sense excused. Despite those feelings, our resident hand of Eve is not a complete imbecile. Eve tends not to employ those, unlike some deities I can name. And that would have been that. Except that you, she turned to glare at Ruda over her glasses, Decided to protect Mr. Arkin by pulling a sword on your roommate. I... Ruda broke off as Sterling held out her hand. I'm giving you credit for not having lethal intent. You were pretty clearly beating on her shield rather than going for flesh. Maybe next time you'll think twice about pulling a sneak attack on someone who's been drilling in combat forms since she could walk. For future reference, Miss Panaji, if you must pick a fight with the sister of Ave, go for one of the older ones. They've been training long enough to neutralize you harmlessly. A, a neophyte sister your own age is likely to kill you before she can figure out what to do with you. So she got in a lucky shot, Ruda said sullenly. No, Talon replies, her voice sullen silken. She did not get a lucky shot. Be assured I get reports from all of your teachers, including Professor Azanio. In any kind of fair combat, Tristan would observe you. Aww, she cooed at Ruda's fierce expression. What's the matter, Punaji? Does reality ruffle your pirate sensibilities? Archne? Sunrunner warned. This is a place of healing. Behave yourself. So yes, Punaji. The professor went on in a more businesslike tone. Punishment. Immediately following your last class of the day, you will report this to the groundskeeper and see to whatever tasks he assigns, until he is satisfied with your work. He put a lot of effort into the campus over the summer, so there shouldn't be much to be done. With any luck, you'll be able to sleep tonight. Professor? Tomer lifted a grace. Yes, Foss? Should I be punished too? I mean, I did attack Tristan. Sorry, Tris, she added for the fourth time since the incident. For all purposes of this discussion, Frost, freezing someone's boots to the ground does not constitute assault. You may have saved Miss Panaji's life, in fact. I wouldn't be inclined to blame Miss Avila too much if she had reflexively lopped off an arm. Am I in trouble then? Tristan asked. Professor Torin tilted her head. For what? Well, She glanced guiltily over at Gabriel, who was still staring at the ceiling, and then Toby, who was watching Gabe. I did start it. Avila, if being naive and hot-headed were an offense that warranted punishment, the university and all others would essentially be forced labor camps. You badly need to find a different problem-solving tool than your sword, but the fact is you didn't actually draw the thing until somebody was coming at you with another one. So no, you're not in trouble. At least not as far as the school is concerned. I can't say how long that condition will persist if you don't straighten out. Trisini ducked her head. Sorry. To whom, exactly? Are you apologizing? And for what? I don't... She shot another glance at Gabriel. Knowing what he was, it was a lot harder to feel bad for him. I'm just sorry. Oh, Torrance said acidly. Still harboring a little bit of animosity there, are we? Splendid. For a moment, I was worried we'd have to put all this idiocy behind us. Miss Sunrunner had been busy with Gabriel while they talked, cleaning his burned hand and wrapping it in a poultice. She finished just as Torrance wrapped up a little speech and cleared her throat loudly. Tobias, since you're here, would you kindly come and heal Zarida's bruise? Gladly, Toby said, and indeed, he sounded very glad to have something productive asked of him. Hang on now, said. Not interested. I've seen what that stuff does. You've seen what it does to a half-demon, Miss Sunrunner said wryly. Unless there's something you should really have told me when you first came into my infirmary, a touch of divine magic will do you nothing but good. But what if I don't wanna? Zaruda Punaji, you lost the right to be irrationally stubborn the moment you fall into You lose the right to be irrationally stubborn the moment you fall into a healer's care. Hold still. This really should just take a second, Toby said encouragingly, holding a hand over Ruda's black eye. She didn't stop grumbling all through the gentle glow of Omnu's healing light. The Tricini knew for a fact that a cleric's healing was one of the most pleasant sensations a person could experience. Is there going to be any problem treating Arquin in the future? Termin asked. Avela here seems to have gotten her head out of her ass, albeit somewhat belatedly. Hey! But there's always next time. And there'll probably be more holy types enrolling every year. Gabriel is quite resistant to most forms of damage as a result of his heritage, Miss Summerlin replied. And apart from that, heals much the way an ordinary human does. My default methods do not rely on divine magic, though I won't hesitate to make use of a paladin when I have two at hand. We won't have a problem. Still in the room, by the way, Gabe said. Well, that's less mystical than I was expecting, I mused. Which I suppose is to the good. Really? You're mystical? Miss Sumner turned and lifted a couple heavy items from her cabinet along the wall, dripping one over herself. When she turned back around, she wore a large skull on her head, outfitted with branching antlers and rattling strands of bone beads, with a richly dyed leather cape bordered in feathers attached to the back. She carried a gnarled wooden staff with three differently sized gourds on the tip, also bristling with colorful feathers, which rattled when she shook it. She did this now, in Talgren's direction. Shaman speaks! The boy's aura seeps with shadow and flame, a living touch of the dark beyond. Woe to those who gaze upon his spirit! But for any physical injuries, modern medical science is a very good medicine. You don't need to be a brat, Talwyn smiled. Sunrun rattled the stuff at her again. Whatever gets you out of my infirmary. Let this be a lesson to you, students. Never hire a friend's kid. Alright, you're all patched up and properly abashed, and you all have class. Move it along. And that will be where we stop for the night. We can start again from 12 tomorrow, which I believe means that we have done a total of 4 chapters today, which is 2 more chapters than we usually do. But that's a 4-hour stream. Thank you all for coming. It is technically a longer stream than I said I would do, but doesn't matter. Let's see who is on right now that we can raid. I'm looking at my lag, yes. So we could go for Overwatch, because I think some people in here want Overwatch, or wanted Overwatch, I suppose I should say. There's also Rogue Company, Red Dead Redemption. Oh, hello. Is that Ezzy? I think it is. Hi, I'm literally just about to end. You came in at a great time. You do be you. Yeah, I'm about to end. So, my bad. Wonderful time. Yeah, actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna raid Daisy. He's had some internet issues tonight, and so maybe this will let him feel happy. Daisy, Pecker. Bye, Lyndon. Thank you for lurking, Lucy, Lyndon, Ezzy for coming in at the end, Solar, Sloth, Skepsy, Chenny was here as well earlier, Kyle as well for the lurk. All you wonderful, wonderful. Son of a bitch. Ah, God. Thank you, Izzy, for the follow. Fuck you. And there you go, Lyndon. That's the clip that you wanted. Yeah, I scare very easily. Uh, so, I mean, we technically have a challenge going on right now for making me play Outlast on stream. I scare way too easily to play Outlast on stream. I will cry. But the challenge is there now. Fuck you, Falsey, for buying me Outlast. Yeah, I definitely won't outlast that. uh, yeah, I'm blanking out on what to say now. What was I saying before this? Oh, right, we're reading Daisy. And I was thanking the people who came. So Lucy, Chenny, Kyle, Solar, Skepsy, Sloth, Lyndon, Ezzy now, because you're here. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Ezzy, for the follow. And yeah, we're gonna go raid Daisy Picker, who is currently playing Red Dead Redemption. But he's a wonderful person who I have asked to go make my emotes. That sounds really weird. Why did I say it like that? Who I've commissioned to make my emotes, I guess is more accurate. He's getting to them, but we might have emotes soon. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. But yeah, no, I don't know what else to say. Daisy's a good boy. Go give him follows, give him love. He has had bad internet today, so that's kind of half the reason I'm reading him. The other half the reason he's here is my friend. So, uh, but yeah, definitely go say hi to Daisy. Daisy is playing Red Dead Redemption now. He usually plays Rocket League, Sea of Thieves. He's been playing Hunt Showdown, or is it called Hunt Showdown? Something like that. But yeah, thank you all for coming to my stream. Thank you all for listening to me read for a really long time. And I'll see you all next week, probably. Bye. Bye.
Fucking shake on the afternoon. I want to play that feels like it's not as high a level, so I can like do some stuff. Guys, go take out Gundam. He's like one of our really, really good friends. I think he was doing a reading. I think that was happening. Thanks so much for writing, man. I really appreciate it. What are you reading, Gundam?
Levels beans, but I'm not.
Not levels bean.
Is that? If I find a part, I'm gonna remember. Okay, calm down. I actually would hit the shots. gods are bastards? What's that about? That sounds crazy. The gods are bastards? Hey, Fugu, what's going on, man? The horsing around goes well. Goes well. I've had a rough night. I don't know if you saw the notification, Fugu, but my stream has been crashing all night. I've had so many tech issues, but I'm really enjoying this game. Alright, where'd that horse go?